This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep properly after what happened on my road trip last year. I've been debating whether to share this for months, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here will understand or have experienced something similar. After graduating college in May 2019, I was completely lost about what to do with my life. My grandparents had always told me stories about their adventures on Route 66 back in the 60s, how they'd drive for days, stopping at roadside attractions, meeting interesting people in small towns. They made it sound magical. With student loans looming and no job prospects that excited me, I decided to take a month to clear my head and follow in their footsteps. I bought an old Honda Civic that was reliable enough for the journey, packed some essentials, and hit the road from Chicago. The first week was everything I'd hoped for. I watched the sunrise over cornfields in Illinois, ate the best pancakes of my life at a family diner in Missouri, and took cheesy photos at the Blue Whale in Oklahoma. For the first time since finishing school, I felt free, like I could breathe again. By the time I reached the New Mexico border, I was starting to feel better about everything. I had a notebook filled with thoughts about potential career paths and was even considering moving to one of the small towns I'd visited. The sky was this incredible deep blue you only see in the Southwest, and I was feeling good about life. That's when I saw the sign for Santa Rosa. It wasn't on my original itinerary, but my grandpa had mentioned it once, said there was an abandoned section that tourists rarely visited. I had time to spare and thought it might make for some cool photos, so I took the exit. The main part of Santa Rosa was pretty normal. A few gas stations, some houses, nothing special. But following my GPS down some increasingly empty roads, I found what must have been the old part of town. Most buildings were boarded up or falling apart, their paint peeling from years of desert sun. I parked my car and started wandering around, taking photos of rusted signs and crumbling storefronts. The sun was starting to set, painting everything in this eerie orange glow, when I spotted an old gas station at the end of the street. It looked like something straight out of the 50s. Two pumps out front with rounded tops, a garage bay with its door half open, and faded lettering I couldn't quite make out from a distance. What caught my attention were the tire tracks in the dirt leading into the garage. They looked fresh. I remember thinking someone else must be exploring like me, maybe other tourists. So I walked over, camera in hand, figuring I'd say hello if anyone was there. The place was eerily intact compared to the other buildings. The dust-covered windows still had old oil advertisements taped to them. A vending machine stood in the corner, the glass front smashed but the metal frame still there. The counter where customers would have paid was covered in decades of dust and desert sand. That's when I first heard it, a sound so faint I thought it was the wind at first. A whisper coming from the back room behind the counter. I froze, listening harder. It wasn't the wind. It sounded like someone talking very quietly, the words just beyond understanding. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The whispering stopped immediately. I should have left right then, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped behind the counter, pushing open a door that led to what must have been the office or storage room. The moment I stepped through that doorway, the temperature plummeted. I'm not exaggerating when I say it dropped at least 20 degrees. In the New Mexico heat, I'd been sweating all day. But suddenly I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. A cold breeze brushed against my skin, raising goosebumps on my arms. The back room was small, with a desk pushed against one wall and shelves lining the others. Old motor oil cans and spare parts sat gathering dust. There was nobody there, but the whispering started again, clearer this time, coming from all around me, but still too quiet to make out any words. I backed up, suddenly terrified. This wasn't right. Nothing about this was normal. I turned to leave and nearly screamed. Standing in the doorway to the main room was a woman. She looked about 30, with long dark hair partially tied back. She wore a faded blue dress that hit just below the knee, the style unmistakably from the 60s. The edges of the dress were tattered and dirty. Her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes. But what really got to me was her expression. Pure fear mixed with urgency. "You need to leave," she said, her voice surprisingly clear and normal compared to the whispers. "This place isn't safe. They don't like visitors." I was too shocked to speak for a moment. She looked solid and real, not like what I'd imagine a ghost would look like, but something about her was off. The way she stood too still, the way her eyes seemed to look through me rather than at me. "Who are you?" I finally managed to ask. "Who doesn't like visitors?" She just shook her head, stepping to the side of the doorway. "Please, go now while you still can. Don't stop until you reach the next town." I didn't need to be told twice. I hurried past her, careful not to touch her as I squeezed through the doorway. As I passed, I noticed she smelled like lavender and gasoline, an unsettling combination. I practically ran to my car, not looking back until I had the engine started. When I finally glanced at the gas station in my rearview mirror, the woman was standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. I drove like a maniac for hours, not stopping until I reached Albuquerque. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely check into the motel. I told myself I'd just met some local weirdo, maybe someone who lived nearby and liked to scare tourists, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. That night in the motel was when things got worse. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of whispering, the same exact sound from the gas station. I shot up in bed, flipping on every light switch I could reach. The room was empty, but the whispers continued, seeming to come from the walls themselves. I couldn't make out words, just the hushed, urgent sound of someone trying to tell me something. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I packed my bags and went to a diner across the street, figuring I'd get some coffee and decide what to do next. That's when I overheard a conversation that made my blood run cold. 2 truckers were sitting at the counter talking about routes. One mentioned taking the old road past Santa Rosa, and the other one immediately shook his head. "I don't go near that place anymore," he said, lowering his voice. "Not after what happened to Mike." "What happened to Mike?" the first guy asked. "He stopped at that abandoned gas station out there last year, said he saw a woman in old clothes warning him to leave. He thought it was some kind of prank, but when he asked around, locals told him about the hitchhiker ghost. Apparently been there for decades, warning people away from that place." I almost dropped my coffee cup. They were talking about the exact same woman I'd seen. The trucker continued. "Legend says she was hitchhiking along Route 66 back in the 60s, got picked up by the wrong person. They never found her body, but people say she appears to travelers to keep them from meeting the same fate." I wanted to join their conversation, to tell them I'd seen her too, but what would I say? That I'd had the same experience? They'd think I was making it up. Instead, I decided to continue my trip, thinking distance would make things better. I headed toward Santa Fe, trying to focus on the beautiful landscape and not the whispers I kept hearing whenever I was alone in the car. In Santa Fe, I found a small motel and spent the day exploring the city, visiting shops and trying to act like a normal tourist. As evening approached, I discovered an old chapel on the outskirts of town. It was partially abandoned, with signs warning of unstable structure, but something drew me to it. Inside, the chapel was cool and dim, dust particles floating in the beams of light coming through broken stained glass windows. I felt a strange sense of peace there, until I saw her again. The same woman from the gas station was standing by the altar, her blue dress somehow more vibrant than before. This time I wasn't as frightened. Maybe it was the chapel setting, or maybe I was just too tired to be scared anymore. "Why are you following me?" I asked, my voice echoing in the empty building. "I'm not following you," she said softly. "You're following me." "What does that mean? Who are you?" She smiled sadly. "My name was Clara. I became lost on this road a long time ago, just like you're lost now. I'm not lost, I protested, even though that's exactly what I was, a recent graduate with no direction. We're all lost until we find our way home, she said. Then she pointed to the floor near my feet. I looked down and saw something glinting in the dust. Bending down, I picked up an old locket, tarnished with age. When I opened it, inside was a faded photograph of a young woman who looked remarkably like the one standing before me, though younger and happier. On the other side was an inscription, "Forever in my heart, my beloved Clara." When I looked up to ask her about it, she was gone. I left Santa Fe the next morning, cutting my trip short and heading back home. The whispers stopped as soon as I crossed the New Mexico state line. Once home, I spent weeks researching Clara and the history of Route 66 ghost stories. What I found chilled me to the bone. In 1911, a woman named Clara Hoffman had traveled along what would later become part of Route 66, searching for her fiancé who had gone west to find work, promising to return for her. He never came back. Clara spent years looking for him, working at roadside establishments along the way. She eventually died of pneumonia, some accounts say of heartbreak, in a small town not far from Santa Rosa. The locket sits on my dresser now. Sometimes I think I hear whispers coming from it, but they're not scary anymore. They're sad, like someone trying to tell their story but not having the words. I don't know why Clara appeared to me or why her whispers followed me. Maybe she saw another lost soul in me, someone else searching for direction. Maybe by acknowledging her story, I've helped her in some way. I still have nightmares about that gas station, about the cold that came out of nowhere and the whispers from empty rooms. But I'm also planning another trip back to Route 66 next summer. I feel like I need to return the locket to Santa Rosa to bring Clara back home. Maybe then both of us can find some peace. Story 2. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me last year. I've debated posting this for months, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I moved to Magrath, Alberta about 14 months ago with two of my friends, Derek and Megan. We were all in our early 20s, fresh out of college, and excited to finally have a place of our own. The house we rented was newly built in a suburban development, one of those cookie-cutter neighborhoods where all the houses look basically the same. It was a 2-story with a finished basement, which was perfect for the three of us. The rent was surprisingly affordable, which should have been our first red flag, but we were just happy to find a nice place within our budget. The first month was completely normal. We were settling in, arranging furniture, and dealing with the usual roommate stuff. I had set up my gaming area in the basement since it was spacious, and I wouldn't disturb anyone when playing late at night. I had recently bought a VR headset that I was obsessed with, and the basement gave me plenty of room to move around without breaking anything. Everything changed on a Tuesday night in October. I remember it was around 11:30 at night, and both Derek and Megan had gone to bed. I was in the basement playing a horror game on my VR headset. Ironically enough, I was completely immersed in the game, walking through a dark corridor in some abandoned asylum or whatever. That's when I felt it. Fingers, actual physical fingers, grazed across my mid-back. At first, I thought it was just my shirt brushing against something, but then those fingers grabbed a fistful of my shirt and yanked me backward. Hard. I stumbled, nearly falling over, my heart practically exploding out of my chest. I ripped the headset off, fully expecting to see Derek or Megan standing there laughing at me. But there was nobody. The basement was completely empty. I stood there, breathing heavily, my shirt still wrinkled where it had been grabbed. I checked behind the couch, in the storage area, everywhere someone could possibly hide. Nothing. I ran upstairs and checked on my roommates. Both were sound asleep in their rooms. I even checked if the doors and windows were locked, which they were. I didn't sleep that night. I told myself I had just gotten too immersed in the game and imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. You can't imagine the feeling of fingers on your back or the force of being pulled backward. About a week passed without incident, and I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then came the voice. I was home alone one afternoon. Derek was at work, and Megan was visiting her parents. I was in the kitchen making lunch with my dog Max, a German Shepherd mix, lying at my feet. The house was completely silent except for the sound of me chopping vegetables. Then I heard my own voice call out from somewhere in the house, "Come here." It wasn't loud, but it was clear as day. It sounded exactly like me, with my exact tone and inflection. I froze, knife in hand, trying to figure out if it had come from upstairs or the basement. Max immediately perked up, his ears alert, and stared at the stairs leading to the second floor. Then he stood up and began growling, a deep, throaty growl I'd never heard from him before. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. No response. I grabbed a knife from the counter and checked the entire house, room by room, with Max following closely behind. There was no one there. No signs of a break-in. Nothing unusual at all, except that someone, or something, had called out in my voice. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the TV from next door. Maybe I was working too hard and not getting enough sleep, but Max had heard it too. He's not the type of dog to react to nothing. The incidents started happening more frequently after that. About 3 days later, I was alone in the house again with Max. I was in the living room watching TV when I heard what sounded like running footsteps in the upstairs hallway. Quick, heavy steps that suddenly stopped at the top of the stairs. Max went ballistic, barking, growling, and staring at the staircase like he was ready to attack whatever was up there. I called out, "Who's there?" Nothing. Again, I searched the house and found no one. Then came the incident with Derek. He came home from work one evening and asked me, "Were you singing in the basement?" "No," I said. "I've been upstairs with my headphones on all afternoon." Derek looked confused. "I could have sworn I heard you singing that song you always sing in the shower. It was coming from the basement when I walked in." I hadn't been singing. I hadn't even been in the basement, and the song Derek described was indeed one I often sang, a specific Florence plus the Machine song that I'd been obsessed with lately. By this point, we were all on edge. Megan reported hearing whispers in her room at night. Derek said he felt like someone was watching him when he was alone, and I saw it. It happened on a Thursday evening. I was sitting on the stairs talking to Derek, who was standing in the living room. Midway through our conversation, I saw something move in my peripheral vision. I turned toward the upstairs hallway and saw a figure, a crooked, dark shadow, dart across the hall and into the spare bedroom at the end. "Did you see that?" I asked Derek, my voice barely above a whisper. "See what?" He turned to look where I was pointing. A shadow. It ran into the spare room. We checked, of course. The room was empty. No windows were open. No explanation for what I'd seen. The shadow wasn't like a normal shadow cast by a person or object. It was darker, more solid somehow, and moved in a way that was wrong. It was hunched and jerky, like someone running with a limp, but fast, unnaturally fast. After that sighting, things escalated quickly. The footsteps became more frequent. Sometimes they'd pace back and forth in the upstairs hallway for minutes at a time. Other times, they'd run up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. Max would go crazy every time, barking and growling at empty air. The voice incidents became more complex too. All three of us started hearing our own voices call out from empty rooms. I'd be in the bathroom and hear myself talking downstairs. Megan would be cooking and hear herself laughing in her bedroom. Derek would be watching TV and hear himself coughing in the basement. It was the basement that seemed to be the center of it all. The temperature down there was always colder than the rest of the house, even with the heating on full blast. Electronics would malfunction, lights flickering, the TV turning on and off, my game console crashing repeatedly. My VR headset, which had been working perfectly before, started glitching whenever I used it down there. The screen would flash with distorted images that weren't part of any game. One night in early December, I was alone in the house. Derek was at his girlfriend's place, and Megan was on a business trip. I was determined to face whatever was happening head on. I sat in the living room with Max beside me, all the lights on, waiting. Around 1 in the morning, the footsteps started upstairs. Slow, deliberate steps moving from room to room. "I know you're there," I called out. "What do you want?" The footsteps stopped. Then, after a moment of silence, they started again. Faster this time, running toward the stairs. Max was going absolutely insane, barking and snarling at the staircase. I braced myself, expecting to see something come down the stairs, but nothing appeared. Instead, I heard my own voice whisper directly behind my ear, "I want you." I spun around. Nothing was there, but the air felt thick and cold, like walking into a freezer. Max was now backing away from me, whimpering like he was scared of what he saw. That's when I noticed the shadow on the wall. My shadow, but it wasn't matching my movements. It was turning its head side to side while I sat perfectly still. I ran out of the house that night and stayed at a hotel. When I came back the next day with Derek, I told him everything. We agreed that something was seriously wrong with the house. We started researching the property and the land it was built on. The development was only 3 years old, built on what used to be farmland. We couldn't find any history of tragic events or deaths on the property. No explanation for what could be haunting our house. That's when I came across the concept of an egregore, a thought-form entity created by collective emotional energy. The three of us had been going through rough patches. I was dealing with depression after a breakup. Derek was constantly stressed about money and work. Megan was having family problems. There was a lot of negative energy in that house. Arguments, tears, anger. But that didn't explain the shadow figure I saw early on, before things got really tense between us. That suggested something was already there when we moved in, something that was feeding on our negative energy and growing stronger. The final straw came in January. I was in my bedroom trying to sleep when I heard scratching on my door. Soft at first, then harder and more frantic, like someone desperately trying to get in. Max, who was sleeping on my bed, woke up and started growling at the door. The scratching stopped. Then my doorknob started turning slowly. I had locked it. I'd started locking it every night by then, but I could see the knob twisting back and forth as if someone was trying to get in. Then came a voice, my voice, from the other side of the door. "Let me in, Vincent. I'm scared. There's something in the hallway." It sounded exactly like me. The same inflection, the same slight tremor I get when I'm frightened, but it wasn't me. I was in my room watching my doorknob turn on its own. "Let me in." The voice suddenly shifted, becoming deeper, angrier. Still my voice, but twisted somehow. The doorknob was shaking violently now, and the door itself began to rattle in its frame like someone was slamming against it. Max was barking hysterically, and I was frozen in terror. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The doorknob released. The rattling ceased. Silence fell. I didn't move for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, there were deep scratches on the outside of my door, scratches that hadn't been there the night before. We moved out the following week, left most of our furniture behind and broke our lease. It was worth losing our security deposit to get away from that place. None of us has been back since. I still don't have an explanation for what happened in that house. Was it an egregore we created, a pre-existing entity, something else entirely? All I know is that sometimes when I'm alone at night, I think I hear footsteps, and occasionally, when I catch a glimpse of my shadow out of the corner of my eye, it doesn't always move the way it should. Story 3. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years, seen pretty much everything you can imagine on the highways of America. Accidents, wildlife, drunk drivers, you name it. But what happened to me on Devil's Pass back in the winter of 2010 still keeps me up at night sometimes. I've never told this story outside of a few fellow truckers who've had their own weird experiences on that same stretch, but I figure maybe writing it down might help me make some sense of it. I was hauling machinery parts from Sacramento to Reno, a route I'd done dozens of times before. It was early February, and the forecast called for some snow in the mountains, but nothing major, just another routine haul through the Sierra Nevadas, or so I thought. At a truck stop outside Auburn, I was grabbing coffee when I overheard a couple of other drivers talking about taking the long way around to avoid Devil's Pass. Now, most mountain passes have nicknames, usually related to how dangerous they are in bad weather, but something about the way these guys were talking caught my attention. "Hey," I said, joining their conversation. "You guys talking about that stretch on Highway 80 just before you drop down toward Reno?" One of the guys, older fella with a gray beard down to his chest, nodded. "That's the one, Devil's Pass. You couldn't pay me enough to drive that stretch after dark in the winter." I chuckled. "It's just a mountain pass. I've driven it hundreds of times." The other driver, younger guy, maybe in his 30s, shook his head. "It ain't just the road conditions, man. There's something wrong with that place, especially in the snow." The older driver leaned in. "My buddy Dave swears he saw someone standing in the middle of the road up there last winter. Hit the brakes so hard he jackknifed. When he got the rig under control, there wasn't nobody there. No footprints in the snow, nothing. I've heard plenty of trucker ghost stories in my time. Hell, spend enough hours alone on the road and your mind starts playing tricks on you. I figured these guys were just trying to spook each other." "Well," I said, finishing my coffee, "I've got a delivery to make and I'm not adding 3 hours to my drive based on campfire stories." The older driver shrugged. "Your call, buddy. Just keep your eyes open up there." I left the truck stop around 4 in the afternoon. It was already starting to get dark, but I figured I'd clear the mountains before the worst of the weather hit. The first hour or so was uneventful. Light snow started falling as I began the climb into the mountains, but nothing my rig couldn't handle. As I got higher up, the snow picked up. Not a full-on blizzard yet, but heavy enough that I had to slow down to about 40 miles per hour. The roads were getting slick and visibility was dropping. I turned up the radio to keep myself company, but all I got was static. Not unusual in the mountains, so I didn't think much of it. It was around 6:30 when I entered what locals call Devil's Pass. It's not marked on any official maps, it's just a particularly winding 10-mile stretch with steep drops on one side and sheer rock face on the other. In good weather, it's actually kind of beautiful. That night, it was anything but. The snow was really coming down now, swirling in my headlights. My wipers were going full speed, but barely keeping up. I'd slowed to maybe 30 miles per hour, gripping the wheel tight, focused on staying in my lane. That's when my GPS started glitching out. The screen would freeze, then jump ahead, showing me miles from where I actually was. Then it died completely. No big deal, I thought. Electronics act up in bad weather sometimes. I knew the route well enough anyway. About 2 miles into the pass, I noticed something odd. The temperature gauge on my dashboard showed a sudden drop from around 28 degrees to 15 in the span of a minute or so. The inside of my cab got noticeably colder too, even with the heat blasting. I remember thinking it was strange, but I was more concerned with keeping my rig on the road than puzzling over temperature fluctuations. That's when I saw him. Through the curtain of snow, my headlights caught a figure standing on the shoulder of the road, just standing there, completely still, snow piling up on his shoulders. It was a man in what looked like a dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat, facing away from the road, staring into the forest. My first thought was that some poor bastard's car had broken down, and he was in serious trouble out here in this weather. I slowed down even more and rolled down my window a crack. "Hey!" I called out. "You need help?" The figure didn't move, didn't turn, didn't give any indication he'd heard me. Something felt off, way off. Every instinct I had was suddenly screaming at me to keep moving. So I did. I rolled up my window and pressed on, watching in my mirror as the figure disappeared into the swirling snow behind me. I tried to rationalize it. Probably just some local who lived nearby, or maybe a hiker who got caught in the storm. But why would anyone be out there just standing in a snowstorm, staring into pitch-black woods? I'd gone maybe another mile when my radio suddenly came to life. Not with music or a DJ, but with a voice, a man's voice, low and gravelly, cutting through the static. "Turn back." Just those 2 words, clear as day. then static again. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I hit the power button on the radio, but the static continued. The voice came again. "Turn back, you don't belong on this road." My hands were shaking now. I reached behind the radio and yanked the power cord right out of the unit. The voice stopped, but the cab felt different somehow. Colder, like I wasn't alone anymore. I wanted to pull over and collect myself, but there was nowhere safe to stop on that stretch, and something told me stopping would be a very bad idea. So I kept driving, my knuckles white on the wheel, scanning the road ahead through the thickening snow. The next few miles were the longest of my life. The storm intensified to the point where I could barely see 20 feet in front of me. My headlights reflected off the snow, creating a disorienting white tunnel. I was down to maybe 20 miles per hour, just trying to stay on the road and not slide off into oblivion. That's when it happened. About halfway through the pass, my headlights caught something in the middle of the road ahead. A figure, standing perfectly still, in the exact center of my lane. It was the same silhouette, dark coat, wide-brimmed hat, but this time he was facing me. I hit the brakes, carefully, trying not to jackknife on the slippery road. My rig slowed, and I laid on the horn. The figure didn't move. As I got closer, maybe 30 feet away now, the figure began to turn, slowly, deliberately, and I saw its face. God help me. I still see that face in my dreams. It wasn't a human face. It was pale, almost translucent, with skin stretched tight over what looked like a skull. Where eyes should have been, there were just empty black sockets. Its mouth was a thin line, no lips, just a dark slash across that terrible face. I'm not religious, but I found myself mumbling prayers as I swerved around that thing, whatever it was. As I passed it, I swear the temperature in my cab dropped so low I could see my breath. My side mirror showed it still standing there, its head turning to follow my truck as I drove away. I don't remember much of the next few miles. I was in some kind of survival mode, just focused on getting the hell out of that pass. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely steer. Every shadow in my peripheral vision looked like that figure, like it was somehow keeping pace with my truck, just out of direct sight. When I finally cleared the pass and started the descent toward Reno, it was like crossing some invisible boundary. The snowfall eased up almost immediately. My GPS flickered back to life. The temperature in my cab returned to normal. Even the oppressive feeling of dread began to lift. I pulled into a truck stop outside Reno around 9 that night. I was still shaking, couldn't even think about continuing on to my delivery point. I called my dispatcher and told him I was taking a mandatory rest break due to weather and fatigue. He wasn't happy, but I didn't care. I didn't sleep at all that night, just sat in the truck stop diner, drinking cup after cup of coffee, jumping at every sound. When the waitress asked if I was okay, I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost. I guess in a way I had. The next morning, with sunlight streaming through the windows, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Sleep deprivation, bad weather, stress, they can all play tricks on your mind. I completed my delivery and headed back to Sacramento, taking the long way around to avoid Devil's Pass. But I knew deep down I hadn't imagined it. What I saw was real. And over the years, I've heard other stories. Other drivers who've seen figures on that same stretch of road, who've heard voices on their radios, who've seen inexplicable lights moving through the trees. I finished out my career as a trucker, retired 5 years ago, but I never drove Devil's Pass again. Not once. No load was worth risking another encounter with whatever's up there. Some nights, when I wake up at 3 in the morning with the memory of that face fresh in my mind, I wonder what would have happened if I'd stopped, if I'd gotten out of my truck, or if I hadn't swerved in time. I don't know what that thing was. Ghost, demon, hallucination. I can't explain it. All I know is that it was real, and it changed me. Before that night, I didn't believe in anything supernatural. Now I know better. There are things in this world that don't fit into our neat little boxes of what's possible and what isn't. And if you ever find yourself driving through the Sierra Nevadas in the winter and you come to a stretch of road that feels wrong somehow, where the air gets colder and the darkness seems deeper, do yourself a favor and take the long way around. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled. Some passes are better left uncrossed. Story 4. I've never been the type of person who believes in ghosts or paranormal stuff. I mean, I'd watch horror movies and laugh at the ridiculous jump scares while my girlfriend would hide under the blanket. That was our dynamic. She'd be terrified, and I'd be the logical one explaining why ghosts couldn't possibly exist. That all changed 3 months ago. My girlfriend's mom had been battling pancreatic cancer for almost 2 years. It was brutal watching her deteriorate. This vibrant, loving woman who used to make the best lasagna I'd ever tasted, reduced to skin and bones in a hospital bed. She was only 62, too young, way too young. Janet, my girlfriend's mom, passed away on a Tuesday morning in October. We'd been at the hospital all night, and around 4 in the morning her breathing changed. The nurse told us it wouldn't be long. By 6:30, she was gone. My girlfriend Lisa was devastated, completely broken. I tried to be the rock she needed, but seeing someone you love in that much pain tears you apart inside. The funeral was 3 days later. Family came from all over. Lisa's aunt made all the food arrangements. Her uncle handled the funeral home details, and I just focused on making sure Lisa ate, showered, and got some sleep. Basic survival stuff. That first week after the funeral is when things started getting unusual. I'd be sitting on the couch at Lisa's place. She still lived in her mom's house, and I'd get this weird sensation of being watched, not in a creepy way, more like someone was checking in on us. Sometimes I'd be washing dishes, and I swear I could feel someone standing right behind me. I'd turn around expecting to see Lisa, but there'd be nobody there. One night, I woke up around 2 in the morning. Lisa was sound asleep next to me, but I had this overwhelming feeling that someone else was in the room with us. I remember sitting up in bed, squinting into the darkness, and whispering, "Janet, is that you?" Nothing happened, of course, but I swear the air felt different, warmer somehow, like someone was acknowledging my question. I never told Lisa about these experiences. She was already drowning in grief, and I didn't want to make things worse by suggesting her dead mother was hanging around the house. Besides, it wasn't scary. If anything, it was comforting, like Janet was making sure we were okay before she moved on to wherever people go when they die. For about a week, these sensations continued. I'd feel her presence most strongly in the kitchen. She loved cooking, and in Lisa's old bedroom, which still had some of her childhood stuff. Sometimes the TV would turn on by itself, always to the Food Network, Janet's favorite channel. Once I found a recipe card for her famous lasagna sitting on the counter when I was absolutely certain it had been in the recipe box the night before. Then, about 8 days after the funeral, everything stopped. No more feelings of being watched, no more warm presence in the room, no more mysteriously relocated recipe cards. It was like a door had closed somewhere. Honestly, I felt a little sad when it happened, like we'd lost her all over again, but I figured that was normal. Janet had said her goodbyes and moved on. Lisa seemed to be doing a little better each day, so I started spending a few nights back at my own apartment, giving her some space to process everything. That's when it happened. It was a Friday night, 11 days after the funeral. I'd spent the evening with Lisa watching movies and ordering Chinese food. Around 11:30, I decided to head home since I had an early shift at work the next day. Lisa walked me to the door. We kissed goodnight, and I headed to my car, which was parked in the driveway. Her mom's house is in one of those older neighborhoods where all the houses are pretty close together. Most people park in their driveways, but a few park on the street. The house next door had been vacant for a few months. The owners were an elderly couple who had moved to Florida. As I got into my car and turned on the headlights, they swept across the empty house's driveway. That's when I saw her. An elderly woman was standing in the driveway of the vacant house. She was heavy-set, with this wild curly red hair that seemed to catch the light from my headlights. She was wearing what looked like a large flowing red gown with white polka dots on it. The gown was old-fashioned, like something from the 70s maybe, but it wasn't her appearance that made my blood run cold. It was the way she was standing, perfectly still, facing directly toward me, not moving at all, just watching. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes, God, her eyes were fixed on me with such intensity that I could feel it even through my windshield. I remember my first thought was, did someone move in and not tell Lisa? But I knew that wasn't right. The house was definitely empty. We'd just been talking earlier that week about how the real estate agent had put up a new "for sale" sign. I sat there for maybe 5 seconds, staring at this woman. Then I blinked, and she was gone. Not like she walked away or moved. She literally vanished between one blink and the next. The driveway was completely empty. I remember my hands starting to shake on the steering wheel. I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. I almost went back inside to tell Lisa, but something stopped me. She was finally sleeping through the night again, and I didn't want to dump this bizarre experience on her. Instead, I drove home in a daze, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds, like I expected to see that red-gowned woman sitting in my back seat. When I got to my apartment, I double-checked every room before I could even think about going to sleep. That night, I had the most vivid dream. I was standing in Lisa's mom's kitchen, and Janet was there, looking healthy again. She was stirring something on the stove and turned to me with this really serious expression. She said, "She's not supposed to be here. Don't let her in." Then I woke up, sweating and disoriented at 3:17 in the morning. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. Here's the thing that really bothered me. This woman in the red gown looked nothing like Janet. Janet was thin, even before the cancer, with short brown hair that she always kept neatly styled. She dressed conservatively, usually jeans and blouses. This red-haired woman was completely different, and the feeling she gave me was nothing like the warm, comforting presence I'd felt in the house after Janet died. This woman made my skin crawl. There was something wrong about her. Not just because she appeared and disappeared, but because she radiated this cold, malevolent energy that I could feel even from inside my car. I spent that Saturday morning Googling things like ghost woman red dress and paranormal experiences after death in family. Most of what I found was typical ghost story stuff or psychological explanations about grief and how it can affect perception. Nothing that matched what I'd experienced. I went back to Lisa's that evening, half expecting to see the woman again, but there was nothing unusual. I casually asked if she'd noticed anyone checking out the house next door, and she said no. The place was still empty as far as she knew. Over dinner, I finally worked up the courage to ask Lisa if she'd felt her mom's presence in the house after she died. She looked at me strangely and said, "Yeah, actually. For about a week after the funeral, I kept feeling like she was here, especially in the kitchen." She paused, then added, "It stopped a few days ago, though. I think she's really gone now." I nearly dropped my fork. So Lisa had felt it too. I wasn't imagining things. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to look out the bedroom window toward the vacant house, half expecting to see that red-gowned woman standing in the yard, watching the house. Around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard footsteps in the hallway outside the bedroom. Heavy, shuffling steps that definitely weren't Lisa's. I lay there frozen as they slowly moved past the door and down toward the kitchen. In the morning, I checked the whole house. Nothing was disturbed. No footprints, no moved objects, nothing. For the next few days, I stayed at Lisa's house continuously. I told her I was worried about her being alone, which wasn't entirely untrue, but mostly I was worried about that woman in the red gown. I can't explain it, but I had this overwhelming feeling that she was dangerous somehow, that she wanted something. On the 4th night, I woke up around 1:30 in the morning. The bedroom was freezing cold, which was strange because Lisa keeps her house practically tropical. As I lay there trying to figure out why it was so cold, I heard those shuffling footsteps again. This time they were coming up the stairs. Thump, drag, thump, drag. I reached over to wake Lisa, but she was sleeping so peacefully that I hesitated. Was I just being paranoid? Was this all in my head? The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and paused. Then they started moving down the hallway toward our room. I lay there, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The footsteps stopped right outside our door. I stared at the doorknob, watching in horror as it slowly began to turn. Then it stopped. The air in the room got even colder. So cold I could see my breath coming out in little clouds. From the other side of the door, I heard a woman's voice. Not Janet's voice. This was deeper, raspier. She said just one word: soon. Then the temperature in the room suddenly returned to normal. The presence outside the door was gone. Lisa slept through the whole thing. The next morning, I convinced Lisa to go stay with her sister for a few days. I made up some excuse about her sister needing support too. The truth was, I didn't want her in that house. Once she was gone, I went through the entire place, checking closets, the attic, the basement, looking for, I don't know what, some explanation, I guess. I found nothing out of the ordinary. That evening, I sat in the living room with all the lights on, waiting. For what? I wasn't sure. Around midnight, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. The temperature dropped again. And then I saw her. Not directly. I caught her reflection in the TV screen when it was turned off. The woman in the red gown with the white dots, standing behind the couch where I was sitting. Her red curly hair wild around her pale face. Her eyes fixed on the back of my head. I spun around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the TV screen, the reflection was gone too. That was 3 months ago. Lisa eventually moved out of her mom's house. It held too many painful memories of her mother's illness. We never told her about what I experienced. What would be the point? We're living in an apartment across town now, but sometimes when I'm alone, I still feel like I'm being watched. And every now and then, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something red. I don't know who that woman was or what she wanted. I just know that for those few days after Janet died, when we felt her presence in the house, nothing bad happened. It's like she was protecting us from something, from someone in a red gown. Story 5. I've been debating for years whether to share this. I'm 39 now, but I still sleep with my bed against the center of the room. I can't sleep facing a wall. I just can't. My wife thinks it's weird, but she's learned to live with it. She doesn't know the real reason why. This all started back when I was about 7 years old, around 1994. We were living in this apartment complex in Richmond, Virginia, one of those places with identical brick buildings and these common grassy areas between them where all the neighborhood kids would play. My sister was 5 at the time, and we were always exploring. One afternoon in late spring, a bunch of us kids were digging in this muddy area behind the building where the grass never grew right. It had rained the day before, so the ground was soft. My friend Marcus hit something hard with his plastic shovel, and we all got excited thinking it was buried treasure or something. We dug like crazy, and after about 20 minutes we uncovered this old wooden box. It wasn't very big, maybe the size of a shoebox, but shorter and wider. The wood was dark and felt weirdly smooth, like it had been polished even though it was buried in dirt. It had these small metal clasps that were greenish with age, but they still worked. When we opened it, there was this musty smell, like old books and something else I couldn't place. Inside, wrapped in what looked like an old piece of velvet cloth that was falling apart, were 3 brass bells. They were beautiful in a strange way, about 3 inches long with these weird markings etched all over them. Each one had a little loop at the top, like they were meant to be hung somewhere. The markings weren't any language I recognized. They weren't letters exactly, more like symbols. Some looked like eyes, others like crescent moons or stick figures, but all connected with these thin, curving lines. Even as a kid, I knew they weren't normal. Of course, we were just excited to find treasure. Marcus took one bell, I took another, and I grabbed the third one for my sister who was playing nearby. When I showed it to her, her eyes got huge. She immediately started ringing it, and it made this clear, high sound that seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. I spent the rest of that day playing with my bell. I loved the sound it made. It wasn't like any bell I'd heard before. It was almost pure, without any distortion, and it seemed to cut through other noises. I brought it home and kept ringing it in our apartment until my mom told me to stop because it was giving her a headache. That night, I put the bell on the nightstand next to my bed. I remember feeling really proud of my treasure as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. Our apartment was on the second floor, and there was a streetlight outside that cast this orange glow through the thin curtains. I remember it was dead silent, no traffic, no voices from neighboring apartments, nothing. That's when I saw it standing next to my bed. It was small, maybe 3.5 feet tall, with this hood or cowl covering most of its face. But what I could see underneath made my blood freeze. It had enormous eyes, completely black and almond-shaped, taking up most of its face. Its skin was grayish, almost translucent looking in the dim light. It didn't have a nose that I could see, just a small slit where a mouth should be. It was just standing there, watching me, not moving, not making any sound. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. I just pulled my blanket over my head and curled into a ball, shaking. I kept thinking it would touch me or pull the blanket off, but nothing happened. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer terror because the next thing I remember was waking up when my mom came in to get me ready for school. I tried telling my sister what happened, but she just laughed and said I had a nightmare. My mom said the same thing. I knew better, but I was only 7 and nobody was going to believe me. About a month later, we moved to my grandparents' house in Texas. During the move, I packed my bell carefully in my backpack, keeping it with me the whole time. I didn't ring it much anymore, but I still liked having it. After about 2 weeks in Texas, curiosity got the better of me. I was alone in the room I shared with my sister, and I took out the bell and rang it a few times. That night, it happened again. I woke up around 3 in the morning, and the hooded figure was standing at the foot of my bed, just staring at me with those huge black eyes. Again, I hid under the covers until morning. This happened 2 more times that summer. Each time I had played with the bell during the day, and each time the figure appeared that night. I started to make the connection and hid the bell in the back of my closet, wrapped in an old t-shirt. For almost a year, nothing happened. Then my sister found the bell while we were cleaning our room. She started ringing it, and I freaked out trying to take it from her. She thought I was being selfish and wouldn't give it back. "You need to stop ringing it," I told her. "Something bad will happen." "Like what?" She laughed. "You'll see something tonight, in our room. It comes when you ring the bell." She rolled her eyes but looked a little uncertain. "Prove it," she said finally. "I'll ring it, and if nothing happens, you have to give me your dessert for a week." I agreed, hoping she'd be scared enough to stop. That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to my sister screaming. She was sitting up in her bed, pointing at the corner of our room, her face white with terror. I couldn't see anything, but she was hysterical. "There's a tall one and a little one." She kept screaming. "They look like aliens. They're watching us." My grandpa rushed in and turned on the light, but by then, whatever she had seen was gone. She was so terrified that she slept in my grandparents' room for the next week. When I asked her later what exactly she had seen, she described the small hooded figure I had seen, plus a taller one, maybe 6 feet tall, with the same features but thinner. After that, we both agreed to get rid of the bell. We wrapped it in paper and buried it in the backyard. But a few months later, I got curious again and dug it up when no one was watching. I don't know why I couldn't just leave it alone. It was like the bell wanted to be found. When I was 10, we moved back to Virginia, to a different apartment complex. I had kept the bell hidden all that time but hadn't rung it again. Then these 2 sisters from Korea moved in next door, Sujin and Minji. They were about our age, and we became friends quickly. One day, while we were playing in their apartment, I showed them the bell. Their reaction was different than I expected. Sujin, the older one, got really quiet and asked where I got it from. When I told her about finding it buried, she said something in Korean to her sister that sounded worried. She explained that her grandmother in Korea had talked about spirit bells that could open doors to let things through. I thought that was cool in a creepy way and asked if they wanted to try it. Minji was scared, but Sujin was curious. I left the bell with them that night. The next morning they were both pale and refused to talk about what happened, only saying that something had appeared at their bedroom window, which was strange because they lived on the 3rd floor. Sujin shoved the bell back at me and made me promise never to bring it to their home again. I kept the bell hidden in my room for the next couple of years. When I was 12, I found it again while unpacking after another move. The clapper inside had come loose, so I fixed it with some wire. That night, I gave in to temptation and rang it 3 times before going to bed. I woke up to find not 1, but 3 of the small hooded figures in my room. They were arranged in a triangle around my bed, just watching me with those huge black eyes. I was older now, and although I was terrified, I was also angry. Why were they tormenting me? What did they want? In a moment of either bravery or stupidity, I reached out and knocked on the forehead of the closest one. Its skin felt cold and rubbery, like a dolphin. Immediately, there was this high-pitched sound that seemed to be inside my head rather than in the room. It felt like pressure building behind my eyes until I passed out. When I woke up the next morning, the bell was gone. I tore apart my room looking for it but never found it again. But that wasn't the end. Throughout my teens, I would occasionally wake up to find one of them standing in my room, always silent, always watching. Sometimes months would pass without an incident, and I'd think it was finally over. Then I'd wake up and see those eyes staring at me from a dark corner. By the time I was 17, I had developed severe insomnia. I couldn't sleep facing the wall because I needed to see the entire room. This habit has stayed with me my entire life. In college, my roommates thought I was weird for pushing my bed to the center of the room. The last time I saw one of them was when I was 25. I was living alone in my first apartment after college. I woke up around 4 in the morning to find the tall one standing at the foot of my bed. It raised one long, thin finger to where its mouth would be, as if telling me to be quiet. Then it simply faded away, like a light being dimmed. I've never told this story to anyone except my sister, who experienced it herself, and those Korean girls who I lost contact with years ago. I've looked into sleep paralysis and hallucinations, trying to explain it away. But I know what I saw, what I felt. Sometimes I wonder about Marcus and if he experienced similar things with his bell. I've tried to find him online, but haven't had any luck. I still don't know what those beings were or why they were connected to those brass bells. All I know is that I never should have dug up that box, and I should have left it buried where we found it. I still wonder if someone else has found those bells by now, and if they're experiencing the same terror that has followed me for over 30 years. Story 6. I've been driving trucks for over 15 years now. 15 years of highways, truck stops, and lonely nights. You'd think I'd have seen it all by now, but what happened last summer still keeps me up at night. I've never told this story online before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. It was early July of 2019, and I was hauling a refrigerated load of produce from California to New York. Pretty standard run, the kind I'd done hundreds of times before. I remember it was brutally hot that day. My truck's thermometer was reading 105 degrees as I crossed into Arizona. Around 9 that evening, I pulled into the Flying J truck stop off I-10. I needed to fuel up, grab something to eat, and stretch my legs. The place was busier than usual. Seems like everyone was trying to drive through the desert at night to avoid the heat. While I was waiting for my food at the diner, I overheard a conversation between 2 other drivers at the counter. They were talking in hushed voices, but I could still make out what they were saying. "Third one this month," one of them said. just disappeared. Truck found abandoned at mile marker 247. Company's saying he just walked off, replied the other guy. But who the hell walks away from a $70,000 rig in the middle of nowhere? I didn't think much of it at the time. Truckers love their ghost stories and urban legends. After finishing my burger and grabbing a coffee to go, I headed back to my rig. My logbook said I still had about 4 hours of driving time left, and I wanted to make it to Tucson before shutting down for the night. The sky was pitch black as I pulled back onto the interstate. No moon, no stars, just darkness broken up by the occasional headlights of another vehicle. I had my radio tuned to some late-night talk show just to have some noise to keep me company. About an hour later, I noticed headlights in my mirror, another truck gaining on me fast, way too fast for a loaded semi. I moved over to the right lane to let them pass. As they went by, I glanced over, curious about what kind of idiot was driving like that on a night like this. What I saw still gives me chills. The driver's face was illuminated by his dashboard lights. His eyes were wide open, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. He was staring straight ahead, both hands gripping the wheel so tight I could see his knuckles were white even in that dim light. Then he was gone, roaring off into the darkness ahead. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just tired. Maybe he'd had a close call with a deer or something. But that look on his face, it wasn't just fear, it was pure terror. I kept driving for another couple of hours, the incident with the speeding truck still nagging at me. Around 1 in the morning, I noticed my eyelids getting heavy. The coffee wasn't doing its job anymore, and I knew it wasn't safe to keep pushing. I was still about 40 miles from Tucson, but I figured I'd find a rest area or something. That's when I spotted it, a flickering neon sign off to the right side of the highway. Desert View Motel, vacancy. I hadn't noticed this place on any of my previous runs, but I was too tired to care. I signaled and took the exit. The motel was definitely old, probably built in the 1960s, and hadn't seen much maintenance since. The parking lot was empty except for a beat-up Chevy pickup parked near what I assumed was the office. There was a large gravel area off to the side where I could park my rig. After shutting down the engine, I grabbed my overnight bag and headed toward the office. The whole place had this eerie quiet to it. No highway noise, no desert insects chirping, nothing. The office door had one of those bells that rings when you open it. An older woman sat behind the counter, her face bathed in the blue light of a small TV. She didn't look up when I walked in. "Evening," I said. "Got a room available for the night?" She slowly raised her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, her gray hair disheveled. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice raspy. "Excuse me?" "They've seen your lights. They know you're here now." A chill ran down my spine despite the heat. "Look, I just need a room for the night. I'm back on the road first thing in the morning." She stared at me for a long moment, then reached under the counter and pulled out a key attached to a plastic tag with the number 15 on it. "Last room at the end," she said. "Lock your door. Don't look out the windows after dark." I should have left right then and there. Something was clearly off about this woman, but I was exhausted, and the thought of driving another hour to Tucson seemed impossible. I took the key and paid in cash. As I turned to leave, she grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold. "They're hungry tonight," she whispered. "They'll come for your soul, just like all the others." I pulled my arm away and got out of there as fast as I could. Part of me wanted to get back in my truck and drive away, but I convinced myself she was just some crazy old lady. Maybe she had dementia or something. Room 15 was at the far end of the motel, just like she'd said. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it a few times before the door opened. The room smelled like cigarettes and mildew. There was a queen-sized bed, a small table with a lamp and a TV that probably still had a VCR attached to it. I locked the door behind me, engaged the deadbolt, and even pushed the table in front of the door for good measure. I was officially creeped out, but still trying to tell myself I was overreacting. I took a quick shower, changed into some clean clothes, and lay down on the bed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep wouldn't come. The old woman's words kept echoing in my head. They're hungry tonight. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I heard it. The sound of an engine, a diesel engine, idling low and steady. At first, I thought maybe another truck had pulled in, looking for a place to rest for the night. But then I realized the sound was too close. It sounded like it was right outside my window. Against my better judgment, I got up and moved toward the window. The curtains were drawn, but there was a small gap where they didn't quite meet in the middle. I peered through this gap. There was a truck parked directly in front of my room, a black Peterbilt with no markings, no logos, nothing to identify it. Its headlights were off, but the engine was running. I couldn't see anyone in the cab. As I watched, the driver's door opened slowly. I couldn't make out much in the darkness, but I saw a figure step down from the cab, tall and thin, moving with an unnatural stiffness. It stood there for a moment, then turned toward my window. I stepped back quickly, my heart pounding in my chest. Had it seen me? I waited, listening. The diesel engine continued its low rumble, then came the knock on my door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I froze, not daring to breathe. Maybe if I stayed quiet, whoever, whatever was out there would think the room was empty and go away. 3 more knocks, louder this time. "Go away," I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'm trying to sleep." Silence. Then a voice, low and raspy, barely audible. "Open the door, Derek." My blood ran cold. I hadn't told anyone my name, not the woman at the front desk, nobody. "I think you've got the wrong room," I shouted. "We've been waiting for you, Derek. We've been waiting for a long time." That was it. I grabbed my bag, shoved my feet into my boots without bothering to tie them, and looked around for another way out. The bathroom window was too small, and there was no back door. The knocking started again, more insistent this time. The doorknob rattled violently. I had no choice but to make a run for it. I moved the table away from the door as quietly as I could. Then, in one motion, I unlocked the deadbolt, yanked the door open, and sprinted out. The parking lot was empty. No black truck, no tall figure. Nothing but my rig, sitting alone under the flickering neon sign. I didn't stop to think about it. I ran to my truck, threw my bag inside, and climbed into the cab, locking the doors behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I looked in my side mirror and saw her, the woman from the office, standing in the doorway watching me. Even from this distance, I could see she was smiling. I put the truck in gear and peeled out of there, gravel spraying from under my tires. I didn't care about my hours of service or finding a proper place to rest. I just needed to get away from that motel. Back on the highway, I tried to calm myself down. Maybe I'd fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe the woman had played some sick joke on me. Whatever had happened, I was safe now, back on the familiar interstate. That feeling of safety lasted exactly 17 minutes. I was watching my mirrors, still paranoid, when I saw headlights appear behind me. They were far back at first, just tiny pinpricks of light in the darkness, but they were gaining on me, fast. A chill ran through me as I recognized the outline of the truck as it got closer. A black Peterbilt with no markings, the same truck I'd seen at the motel. I pushed my rig as hard as I dared on that stretch of highway, hitting 80 miles per hour on the downhills. But the black truck kept pace effortlessly, staying right behind me, close enough that I couldn't see its headlights in my mirrors anymore. Just darkness. My CB radio, which had been silent all night, suddenly crackled to life. "Keep driving, Derek," came that same raspy voice I'd heard at the motel. "Don't stop." I snatched the handset. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" No response, just static. For the next 3 hours, I drove like a man possessed. The sun was starting to rise when I finally saw signs for Phoenix. Surely, whatever was happening would stop once I reached the city, once there were other people around. I took the first exit into Phoenix and pulled into a busy truck stop. The black truck didn't follow me off the highway. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, watching the entrance to the truck stop. Nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won out. I secured my truck and crawled into my sleeper berth. Despite everything that had happened, I fell asleep almost instantly. When I woke up, it was mid-afternoon. The events of the night felt distant, like a bad dream. I convinced myself that's all it was, a combination of fatigue, stress, and an overactive imagination. I continued my journey east, crossing into New Mexico, then Texas. No sign of the black truck. By the time I reached Oklahoma, I had almost managed to put the whole thing behind me. Almost. It was near midnight when I crossed into Ohio, just 2 days away from my delivery in New York. I pulled into a rest area to use the bathroom and grab some coffee from my thermos. As I was walking back to my truck, I saw it, parked at the far end of the lot, half hidden in shadows. The black Peterbilt. I quickened my pace, fumbling for my keys. I needed to get out of there, to keep moving. Just as I reached my truck, I heard the sound of boots on asphalt behind me. I turned and saw the driver of the black truck standing about 20 feet away. In the harsh glow of the rest area lights, I could see him clearly for the first time. He wore a faded trucker cap pulled low over his face and a flannel shirt that hung loosely on his thin frame. But it was his eyes that paralyzed me with fear. Black, empty sockets where eyes should have been, like looking into bottomless pits. He smiled, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous for a human mouth. "See you down the road, Derek," he said, his voice sending ice through my veins. I don't remember getting into my truck. I don't remember pulling back onto the highway. The next thing I knew, I was crossing into Pennsylvania, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my shirt soaked with sweat. I made my delivery in New York. I kept driving after that, took any load I could get, as long as it kept me moving. I haven't stopped for more than a few hours at a time since then. It's been over a year now, and I haven't seen the black truck or its driver again. But I'm always watching my mirrors, always tensing up when headlights appear behind me at night, because I know he's still out there somewhere on the endless highways, waiting. And I know that someday, those headlights in my mirror won't belong to a normal truck. They'll be his, and when that day comes, I don't think I'll be able to outrun him again. Story 7. I still don't know what made me stop that night. Maybe it was the 3 days of driving alone with nothing but my own thoughts and the same 12 songs on repeat. Maybe it was the vastness of the Nevada desert making me feel smaller than I've ever felt before. Or maybe I was just stupid. This happened last month when I was driving from Colorado to meet my girlfriend in San Francisco. She'd moved there for work 6 months ago, and we'd been doing the long-distance thing. It was my turn to visit, and I decided to drive instead of fly because I wanted the adventure. Some adventure. It was my 3rd day on the road. I'd spent the night at this dingy motel in Utah and had been driving across Nevada all day on Route 50. If you've never been on that road, let me tell you, they don't call it the loneliest road in America for nothing. Miles and miles of absolutely nothing but desert and mountains in the distance, the kind of emptiness that starts to mess with your head after a while. The sun was setting, and I was exhausted. My GPS said I was about 2 hours from Reno, where I'd planned to spend the night before finishing the drive to San Francisco the next day. My back hurt from sitting so long, and I'd already downed 3 Red Bulls. I was starting to see things in my peripheral vision, just shadows and movement that disappeared when I looked directly at them. Normal road fatigue stuff, but unsettling all the same. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the side of the road with his thumb out, a tall guy wearing an army jacket despite the heat. I remember thinking that was strange, but then again, the temperature drops fast in the desert at night. My mom had always drilled it into me. Rachel, never pick up hitchhikers, ever. It was her #1 rule for women traveling alone, right up there with always check the back seat and keep your doors locked. Basic survival stuff for women. But 3 days of talking to nobody except gas station attendants had left me craving human interaction, and there was something about his posture, not threatening, just tired, like he'd been standing there a while. I slowed down. As my headlights illuminated him better, I could see he was maybe mid-30s, with a scruffy beard and a backpack at his feet. Nothing immediately scary about him. I pulled over about 10 feet ahead of him. My heart was pounding as I watched him walk up in my rearview mirror. I kept my hand near the pepper spray in my cup holder and made sure my phone was accessible. The car doors automatically locked when I put it in park, but I double-checked anyway. He approached my passenger window, and I rolled it down just enough to hear him. "Thanks for stopping," he said. His voice was deeper than I expected, but normal. "I'm just trying to get to the next town. Been out here a while." I studied his face. He had these intense gray eyes, but they didn't seem dangerous, just tired. After a moment of internal debate, I unlocked the doors. "I'm heading to Reno," I said. "I can take you that far." He nodded, picked up his backpack, and got in. The car felt immediately smaller. He smelled like dust and something else I couldn't place. Not bad, just unfamiliar. "I'm Tom," he said, buckling his seatbelt. "Rachel," I replied, immediately regretting giving my real name. "What brings you out to the middle of nowhere?" "Just traveling," he said vaguely. "Thanks again for stopping. Not many people do these days." I pulled back onto the empty highway, acutely aware of this stranger beside me. The silence felt heavy. "You heading to California?" he asked, noticing my Colorado plates. "Yeah, visiting my girlfriend in San Francisco." He nodded and looked out the window. The conversation died again. The only sounds were the hum of my tires on the asphalt and the low murmur of the radio I'd turned down when I stopped. After about 20 minutes of awkward small talk about the weather and how long I'd been driving, Tom suddenly said something that made my skin crawl. "You ever heard of the Lost Highway?" I glanced at him. "What's that?" "It's what some locals call certain stretches of these desert roads," he said, still looking out the window. "Places where people disappear." I forced a laugh. "Like they get lost?" He turned to look at me. "Sometimes. Sometimes it's like the road itself takes them." The way he said it, so matter of fact, sent a chill through me despite the warm air blowing from my vents. "You believe in that kind of stuff?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "I've seen enough strange things not to discount anything," he replied. It was fully dark now, the only light coming from my headlights and the surprisingly bright moon overhead. The highway stretched endlessly before us, a narrow ribbon cutting through absolute darkness. That's when I noticed Tom watching me, not in a creepy way, at least not obviously creepy, but with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I kept my eyes on the road, but I could feel his gaze. When I glanced at him, something happened that I still can't explain. For just a fraction of a second, his features seemed to shift. It was like watching a glitch in a video game. His face remained the same shape, but the details blurred and rearranged into something that wasn't quite human. It happened so fast I convinced myself it was just my tired eyes playing tricks on me. "You okay?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I said, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Just tired. Been driving all day." He nodded and finally looked away. "There's a gas station coming up in about 10 miles. Might be good to stop and stretch your legs." I wondered how he knew that. I hadn't seen any signs for upcoming services, and he'd been hitchhiking in the opposite direction. About 15 minutes later, I saw lights in the distance, the promised gas station. As we got closer, Tom shifted in his seat. "Actually," he said, "maybe we shouldn't stop here." I looked at my gas gauge. It was getting low, not emergency low, but low enough that I didn't want to risk it in the desert at night. "I need gas," I said, "and a bathroom break wouldn't hurt." "There's something off about this place," he said, his voice lower. "Always has been." I slowed down as we approached. It was a small station, just 2 pumps under a weather-beaten awning and a cinder-block building with a flickering "open" sign. A single streetlight illuminated the lot. No other cars were around. "It looks fine," I said, though it didn't, not really. But I needed the gas, and I also needed a moment away from Tom, whose presence was becoming increasingly unsettling. I pulled up to a pump. "I'll be quick," I said, grabbing my wallet and phone. Tom didn't respond, just stared straight ahead at the station building. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed loudly. There was no one behind the counter, but I could see a door marked "Employees Only" that was slightly ajar. The place had that typical convenience store setup, a few aisles of snacks and necessities, a wall of refrigerated drinks, and a coffee station that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in days. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I walked toward the bathroom, passing the last aisle. That's when I saw them. Two people, a man and a woman, standing at the end of the aisle. They weren't shopping or talking. They were just standing there, perfectly still, facing my direction, but not quite looking at me. Something was wrong with their faces. They looked vacant. Not just blank expressions, but like there was nothing behind their eyes at all. Their skin had a grayish tinge under the harsh lighting. "Excuse me," I said automatically. Neither of them moved or acknowledged me. I hurried into the bathroom, my heart racing. After using the toilet as quickly as possible, I washed my hands and splashed some cold water on my face. In the mirror, I looked exactly as scared as I felt. When I came out, the two people were gone from the aisle. Relieved, I walked to the counter to pay for my gas. No one was there, so I called out again. "Hello? I need to pay for pump 1. That's when I saw them again. They were now standing by the door, my exit, still completely motionless, but something had changed. They were closer to each other now, their shoulders touching, creating a unified barrier between me and the door, and they were watching me. Not just facing my direction, but their eyes were fixed on me with an intensity that made my stomach drop. I put a $20 bill on the counter. "I'm leaving this for the gas," I announced to the empty store, my voice shaking. As I took a step toward the door, the two figures moved, not like normal people. They didn't exactly walk. It was more like they shifted position instantaneously, like a video with frames missing. One moment they were by the door, the next they were each at the end of the counter, closer to me, still staring. I bolted for the door, squeezing past the counter's end. Neither of them tried to grab me, but I felt something cold brush against my arm as I passed. Outside, I ran to my car and jumped in, locking the doors immediately. "Drive," Tom said urgently. Now, I didn't need to be told twice. I started the engine and peeled out of the station, not even waiting for the pump to finish. In my rearview mirror, I could see the two figures had come outside and were standing under the streetlight, watching my car disappear into the darkness. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. We drove in silence for several miles, the gas station fading into the darkness behind us. "What the hell was that?" I finally managed to ask. "Some places aren't right," Tom said quietly. "They look normal, but they're not. That station is one of them. Those people, they weren't people," he interrupted. "Not anymore." I wanted to ask what he meant, but I was afraid of the answer. We drove on in silence, the endless dark road stretching before us. About an hour later, we saw the lights of Reno in the distance. It was nearly midnight by then, and I'd never been so happy to see signs of civilization. "You can drop me at that diner," Tom said, pointing to a 24-hour place just off the highway as we entered the outskirts of town. I pulled into the parking lot, relieved to see other cars and people moving around inside the brightly lit restaurant. Normal people doing normal things. Tom gathered his backpack. Before getting out, he turned to me. "Be careful who you pick up next time, Rachel," he said. "Not everyone out here is what they seem." He got out and closed the door before I could respond. I watched him walk into the diner, suddenly uncertain about everything that had happened. Had the gas station really been as strange as I remembered, or was I just exhausted and suggestible? Who was Tom, really, and why had he warned me against stopping there? I checked into a hotel in Reno and barely slept that night. The next day, I drove to San Francisco without stopping except when absolutely necessary. I've tried researching that gas station since then. I can't find it on any map or in any directory. According to Google, there are no services for over 60 miles on that stretch of Route 50. I don't know what I encountered out there in the Nevada desert. If it was something supernatural or just my exhausted mind playing tricks on me. but I do know I'll never pick up another hitchhiker, and I'll be taking the interstate on my drive back to Colorado. Sometimes I wonder about Tom. Was he my protector or part of whatever strangeness I encountered? I'll never know. But when I think about his face that seemed to momentarily transform, and those people at the gas station, I still get cold all over. The desert holds secrets. Some roads aren't on any map, and sometimes the loneliest road is the one that leads you places you never wanted to go. Story 8. I still can't sleep properly after what happened that night. It's been 7 years, but every time I close my eyes, I can still hear the sound of her terrified breathing and feel that overwhelming sense of dread creeping up my spine. It was late September 2016. I've been driving trucks for almost 15 years now, and I've seen my share of weird shit on the road, but nothing comes close to what I experienced on I-80 that night. I'd just finished dropping off a load in Chicago around 10 at night and was heading back to Jersey. My dispatcher wanted the truck back ASAP, so I figured I'd power through and drive through the night. The weather was garbage, overcast with this annoying drizzle that wasn't heavy enough to really wash away the grime on my windshield, but just enough to keep the wipers going. I had AC/DC blasting on the radio to keep me awake, my thermos of coffee getting cold beside me. Just another night on the road. Around midnight, I started feeling that heavy-eyed sensation you get when you've been driving too long. I spotted a sign for a rest area coming up in 2 miles and decided to pull in, use the bathroom, maybe grab another coffee from my cooler in the back and stretch my legs a bit. The moment I turned into that rest area, something felt wrong. You know that feeling when the hair on your arms stands up for no reason? Yeah, it was like that. The place was way too quiet. Now, rest stops at midnight aren't exactly bustling, but there's usually some life. Other truckers catching some sleep, maybe a family on a late-night drive. This one had only 3 or 4 cars scattered across the lot, and the lights were dim like they were about to give up. One car, a beige sedan, had its engine running, but nobody inside. I remember thinking that was strange. The building itself looked like it hadn't seen maintenance in years. Half the exterior lights were out, and the ones that were working flickered like they were sending some kind of code. The rain was picking up now, and I just wanted to get in and out as quickly as possible. The bathroom was even worse, smelled like nobody had cleaned it in weeks, with that sickly sweet disinfectant barely covering up something worse. 2 of the 4 fluorescent lights were flickering, giving the whole place this strobe effect that was starting to give me a headache. I did my business as fast as I could and washed my hands, keeping my eyes down because I swear it felt like someone was watching me the whole time. When I came out, I heard it, this faint calling sound coming from outside. At first I thought it was the wind, but it was too deliberate. I stood by the entrance for a minute, listening. Then I heard it again, clearly a woman's voice calling out. I stepped outside into the rain, which was coming down harder now. That's when I saw her emerging from the tree line at the edge of the parking lot. Jesus, I'll never forget that sight. She was barefoot, completely drenched, wearing jeans and a thin t-shirt that was clinging to her frame. Her dark hair was plastered to her face and neck, but it was her eyes that got me, wide, terrified, like a trapped animal. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out, already walking toward her. Something in my gut was screaming at me to get back in my truck and drive away, but I couldn't just leave her there. As I got closer, I noticed more details that didn't add up. Her clothes weren't just wet, they were dirty, with tears in places. There were scratches on her arms, and something about her movements was off, like she was forcing herself to move normally, but couldn't quite remember how. "Please," she said when I reached her. Her voice was hoarse, like she'd been screaming. "You have to help me, they're coming for me." "Who's coming? What happened to you?" I asked. The rain was soaking through my jacket now, but I barely noticed. She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in with surprising strength. "We can't stay here. They'll find me. They always do." "Look, I can call someone for you. The police." "No!" She almost screamed it. "No phones. They'll track it. They'll find me." At that moment, the lights in the parking lot flickered, all of them at once. I glanced around and swear to God I saw movement near the tree line, just at the edge of my vision. When I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. "Please," she whispered, "just get me out of here." I'm not sure why I did what I did next. Maybe it was the genuine terror in her eyes. Maybe it was that feeling of being watched that was growing stronger by the second. Whatever it was, I made a decision I've replayed in my mind thousands of times since. "Okay," I said, "my truck's over there. Let's go." We hurried across the lot, the rain coming down in sheets now. I helped her up into the passenger side and quickly went around to the driver's seat. As I started the engine, I noticed that beige sedan again, still running with no one inside. Something clicked. "Is that your car?" I asked her. She didn't answer, just stared straight ahead. The parking lot lights flickered again and then went completely out, plunging the rest area into darkness except for my headlights. In the confusion, I dropped my phone between the seats. "We need to go." "Now," she insisted. I put the truck in gear and pulled out of the rest area faster than was probably safe. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept glancing in my mirrors, half expecting to see something following us. Back on I-80, I tried to calm down and think rationally. "Look, you need to tell me what's happening. Who's after you?" She was huddled against the door, arms wrapped around herself. "They want me back. I escaped, but they always find me." "Who? Is it your family? A boyfriend? Are you in some kind of trouble?" She just shook her head. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." I was starting to get frustrated. "I just picked up a complete stranger from a rest stop in the middle of the night. Try me." She opened her mouth to say something, but then froze, staring into the side mirror. "They're coming." I looked in my mirrors and saw headlights in the distance. On a highway, that's hardly unusual, but the way she reacted made me nervous. The car was gaining on us quickly. Then I heard it, this low rumbling sound that didn't come from my engine or the road. It was almost like, I don't know, like the air itself was vibrating. "That's them," she whispered. "They're coming for me." The headlights were much closer now, and I could see it was a dark SUV. It pulled right up behind us, way too close for comfort, headlights on high beam blinding me through my mirrors. "Turn here," she suddenly yelled, pointing to an upcoming exit. "That's not the way to... Turn!" I swerved across the right lane and barely made the exit. The SUV followed. The exit led to a two-lane road that I didn't recognize from any of my previous trips. There were no streetlights out here, just the endless darkness of rural Pennsylvania or Ohio. Honestly, at that point I wasn't even sure which state we were in. The SUV was still on our tail, now flashing its lights and getting even closer. "There," she pointed to a dirt road coming up on the right. "Turn there." I yanked the wheel hard, and my truck fishtailed as we hit the unpaved surface. The SUV followed, and I could hear the roar of its engine over the sound of rain hammering on the roof of my cab. The dirt road was barely more than a trail, with overhanging branches scraping against the sides of my truck. I was going too fast for these conditions, and suddenly the wheel jerked in my hands as we hit something, maybe a rock or a pothole. The truck slid sideways and then came to a stop, half in a ditch. The engine died. "We have to run," she said, already opening her door. "They're coming." "Wait, my truck. I can't just..." She was already out and running into the woods. The SUV's headlights were visible through the trees, getting closer. I made a split-second decision and followed her, abandoning my truck and running into the darkness of the forest. The rain was still coming down hard, and I could barely see where I was going. Branches whipped at my face, and I kept slipping on the wet ground. Somehow, I managed to keep up with her. She seemed to know exactly where she was going despite the darkness. Behind us, I heard car doors slam and voices calling out. Flashlight beams cut through the trees, sweeping back and forth. We crouched behind a fallen tree, trying to catch our breath. "Who the hell are these people?" I whispered. She just shook her head, water dripping from her hair. "We need to keep moving." We continued through the woods, trying to stay quiet despite the squelching of our shoes in the mud. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, we came across an old cabin. It looked abandoned, with broken windows and part of the roof caved in. "In here," she said, pulling me toward the door. The inside was as dilapidated as the outside, rotting floorboards, the smell of mold and decay, furniture reduced to skeletons by time and elements. But it was shelter from the rain, and it hid us from those flashlights that were still visible in the distance. "We'll be safe here for a little while," she whispered, crouching by one of the windows and peering out into the darkness. "Safe from what?" I demanded, my patience wearing thin now that the immediate danger seemed to have passed. "You need to tell me what the hell is going on." She turned to look at me, and in the faint light filtering through the broken window, her eyes looked almost black. "They're collectors," she said. "They take people from places like that rest stop. People who won't be missed right away. Truckers, runaways, people traveling alone." I was about to ask more when we heard voices outside, much closer now. We both froze, barely breathing. "I saw them come this way," a man's voice said, sounding unnaturally calm given the circumstances. "The cabin," another voice replied. "Check the cabin." We looked at each other in panic. There was a back door on the far side of the cabin, hanging half off its hinges. Without a word, we both moved toward it as silently as possible. The front door crashed open just as we slipped out the back. We ran again, deeper into the woods, the shouts behind us growing louder. The rain had finally stopped, but the ground was still slick with mud. I fell once, hard, cutting my hand on something sharp. I didn't even feel the pain until much later. We ran until my lungs were burning, and then we ran some more. Eventually, we spotted lights through the trees. Not flashlights this time, but the warm glow of windows. A farmhouse stood in a small clearing, with a barn nearby. "There," I gasped. "We can ask for help." We staggered to the front door, and I pounded on it desperately. After what seemed like an eternity, it opened to reveal an older man with a shotgun in his hands. "What in God's name?" he said, taking in our mud-covered, exhausted appearances. "Please," I managed to say between breaths. "People chasing us. Need help." I don't remember much after that. I know the old man let us in and called the police. I remember sitting at his kitchen table, wrapped in a blanket, a cup of coffee getting cold in front of me while I tried to explain what had happened. The woman, Sarah, she finally told me her name was Sarah, sat huddled in a chair, saying very little. The police came eventually. They found my truck, still in the ditch where we'd left it. They even caught two of the men who'd been chasing us, apparently part of some gang that had been targeting travelers at rest stops in the region. But they never found the others, and they never found that dark SUV. Sarah told them she'd been driving home from a friend's house when she noticed she was being followed. She'd pulled into the rest area, hoping to find help, then panicked and run into the woods when she saw them coming after her. She'd been hiding there when I arrived. It all checked out. The beige sedan was registered to her. The police found evidence that the rest stop had been used as a hunting ground by this gang before. Everything had a rational explanation. So why can't I shake this feeling that there was something more to it? Why do I still wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, certain that I'm being watched? Why does the rumble of a diesel engine sometimes sound like that otherworldly vibration I heard that night? I don't drive that route anymore. In fact, I rarely drive at night if I can help it, and I never, ever stop at rest areas when I'm alone. Some things you just can't unsee, and some fears never really leave you. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't stopped that night, or if I'd just gotten back in my truck and driven away. Sometimes I think I made the right choice helping her. Other times, especially at night when the shadows seem to move on their own, I'm not so sure. All I know is that something happened to me that night in September, something I still can't fully explain, and I can't shake the feeling that it's not over yet. Story 9. So I just landed this security guard position at our local mall. Nothing fancy, just minimum wage work to help pay the bills while I finish my associate's degree. The job seemed straightforward enough. Walk around, make sure everything's locked up tight, and keep an eye out for any trouble. Easy, right? My first shift was on a Thursday night. I arrived at 10:30, about 30 minutes before the mall closed. The head of security, Mike, yeah, we had the same name, which was kind of confusing, took me around for a quick tour. He was this older guy, probably in his 50s, with a serious face that made me think he'd seen some shit in his time. Pretty standard stuff, he kept saying as we walked through the empty corridors. Just make your rounds every hour, check all the store entrances, make sure nothing looks tampered with. When we got to the loading dock at the back of the mall, Mike's demeanor changed a bit. He seemed tense. This area needs to be checked hourly, he emphasized. We get vagrants trying to sleep here sometimes. Just shine your flashlight around, make sure no one's hanging out where they shouldn't be. I nodded along, thinking it was no big deal. The loading dock was just a concrete area with some dumpsters and a few delivery entrances. Nothing special. After the customers left and the mall employees started trickling out, Mike handed me the keys, a flashlight, and a radio. Call if you need anything. I'll be back to relieve you at 6 in the morning. Then he was gone, and I was alone in this massive building. The first couple of hours were boring as hell. I walked through the silent corridors, past the darkened storefronts, my footsteps echoing on the tile floors. The food court was eerie with all its empty tables and chairs. The fountain in the center atrium was turned off, the water still and black in the dim emergency lighting. Around midnight, I headed to the loading dock for my hourly check. I pushed open the heavy metal door and stepped outside. It was cold for April, and I zipped up my jacket as I shined my flashlight around. Nothing seemed out of place, just some pallets stacked against the wall, empty dumpsters, a couple of delivery trucks parked in their designated spots. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but there was something distinctly human about it. Whispers. Soft, barely audible whispers coming from the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone there? This area is closed." The whispers stopped immediately. I swept my flashlight across the loading dock again, but saw nothing unusual. I chalked it up to nerves and went back inside, making sure to lock the door behind me. I continued my rounds, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. As I passed the electronics store on the second floor, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't just whispers. It was a clear voice, desperate and pleading. "Help me!" I froze, my hand automatically going to the taser on my belt. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice bouncing off the walls. No response. I unlocked the gate to the electronics store and went inside, sweeping my flashlight between the aisles. The place was empty, no sign of anyone hiding among the TVs and computers. I checked every corner, behind the counter, even the small stockroom at the back. Nothing. Just as I was about to leave, convinced I was hearing things, I heard footsteps behind me. Quick, light steps, like someone running past. I spun around, but the aisle was empty. "This isn't funny," I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "I know someone's in here." Silence, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I backed out of the store, locked it up, and decided to head to the security room to check the cameras. The security room was a small space crammed with monitors showing different areas of the mall. I sat down in front of them, scanning each screen carefully. Nothing seemed amiss. Empty corridors, dark storefronts, vacant food court. But then, on one of the monitors showing the hallway outside the restrooms on the first floor, I saw something. It was quick, just a flash of movement, a shadowy figure darting across the hallway. I leaned closer, trying to get a better look, but whatever it was had disappeared from view. I rewound the footage, but when I played it back, there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. My hands were shaking as I reached for the radio to call Mike. Before I could press the button, the lights went out. Not just in the security room, but everywhere. All the emergency lights, the small lights in the storefronts, everything. The monitors flickered and went dark. I sat there in complete darkness, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The backup generator should have kicked in automatically, but it didn't. Something was very wrong. I fumbled for my flashlight and switched it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I needed to find the breaker box which Mike had mentioned was near the main entrance. As I made my way down the corridor, I heard them again. The whispers. But this time, they were all around me, coming from every direction, and mixed in with them was soft laughter, like children playing a game. "Help me, help us." I started running, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly off the walls. I didn't care about finding the breaker box anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. But the more I ran, the more I felt like I was going in circles. The mall seemed different in the darkness, the layout unfamiliar. Finally, I saw the main entrance ahead of me, the glass doors reflecting my flashlight beam. I sprinted towards them, relief washing over me. But as I got closer, I realized someone was standing there. A child. It was a small figure, maybe 8 or 9 years old, standing just inside the doorway. The light from my flashlight illuminated their face, and I could see their eyes, hollow, empty eyes that seemed to stare right through me. "Help me," the child whispered, raising a small hand to point back into the darkness of the mall. "They're in there." I stopped a few feet away from the child, my breath coming in short gasps. "Who's in there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The child's expression didn't change. "Everyone. They need help. I need help." "I can't help you," I said, moving towards the door. "I need to leave." As I tried to push past, the child's expression changed, twisting into something sinister, something that made my blood run cold. "You have to help," they said, their voice different now, deeper, older somehow. "Or you will never leave." I don't remember much of what happened next. I just remember running, pushing through the doors, the cold night air hitting my face. The parking lot was empty except for my car. I fumbled with my keys, looking back at the mall entrance, half expecting to see the child following me, but there was nothing there, just the dark, silent building. I drove away so fast I nearly crashed twice. When I got home, I locked all the doors and windows and sat on my couch until morning, unable to sleep, unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and heard. I called Mike the next day and quit. He didn't seem surprised. When I tried to explain what had happened, he just listened quietly, then said, "I'm sorry you experienced that." It was what he didn't say that bothered me the most. He didn't ask for details, didn't express disbelief. It was like he knew exactly what I was talking about. A week later, I ran into a buddy who works at the local newspaper. Over beers, I casually asked if he knew anything about Westbrook Mall's history. He mentioned that about 15 years ago, a family had disappeared there. A mother, father, and their 2 children. They'd gone shopping one evening and never came out. Their car was found in the parking lot, but there was no trace of them inside the mall. The case was never solved. I haven't been able to go near the mall since that night. I take the long way around town just to avoid driving past it. Sometimes I still hear those whispers in my dreams. "Help me. Help us." And sometimes I see that child's face, those empty eyes turning sinister. I don't know what happened in that mall. I don't know if what I experienced was something supernatural or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But I know I felt true fear that night, the kind that changes you forever. And I know that I'll never work another night shift again, especially not in a place where the darkness seems to whisper back. The thing that haunts me the most isn't the whispers or even that child's face. It's the feeling that whatever was in that mall that night is still there, waiting for the next person to walk those halls alone after dark. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I can't shake the feeling that I didn't really escape, that some part of me is still trapped there, forever walking those dark corridors, listening to the whispers that never stop. Story 10. I never believed in the paranormal or supernatural, not really. Sure, I'd watch those ghost hunting shows with friends, but I always figured they were staged or exaggerated for views. That changed after what happened in Asheville last month. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and honestly, I don't know if I'll ever be able to. I moved to Asheville about a year ago with my best friend, Jamie. We found this small apartment in Willow Creek. Not the fanciest place, but it was affordable and close enough to where we both worked. The area has this whole spiritual vibe that Asheville is known for, with crystal shops and tarot readers on every other corner. I never paid much attention to all that stuff before. Everything started going wrong about a month ago. My mum had been sick for a while, but the doctors said she was stable. Then out of nowhere, I got a call that she'd passed away in her sleep. I was completely devastated. My mom was everything to me. She raised me alone after my dad left when I was 3. We talked every day, and suddenly she was just gone. I barely had time to process that when my grandparents called. Their dog Rufus, who I'd grown up with and absolutely adored, had died the same day. He was old, 14 years, but the timing felt cruel. Then, to top it off, I came home that evening to find one of my pet rats had somehow killed and partially eaten the other, despite them living together peacefully for over a year. The cage was secure, they had plenty of food, and there were no signs of aggression before this. 3 deaths in a single day. It felt impossible, like the universe was playing some sick joke on me. Jamie was amazing through all of this, staying by my side and helping me make arrangements for my mom. We were both pretty shaken up by the bizarre series of deaths and decided to get out of the apartment for some air that night. There are these old train tracks not far from our place that we sometimes walk along. They're not used much anymore, maybe 1 train a day, if that. It was around 10 at night when we headed out. The air was cool and damp, and there was this weird fog hanging low over the tracks. We'd been walking for about 15 minutes, just talking about everything that had happened, when I noticed something ahead of us. About 50 feet away, standing directly on the tracks, was a dark figure. The fog made it hard to see clearly, but it looked like a person just standing there. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Jamie. She squinted and nodded, probably just someone else taking a walk. But something felt off. The figure wasn't moving at all, just standing perfectly still on the tracks, and there was something about the silhouette that didn't look quite right. The proportions seemed wrong somehow. I couldn't explain it, but every instinct was screaming at me to turn around. "Let's head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Jamie agreed, and we turned around, walking a bit faster than before. The tracks run parallel to an industrial area, separated by a chain-link fence with a gap at the bottom where the ground has eroded away. As we approached this gap, I had this overwhelming urge to look back. When I did, my blood ran cold. The figure was still there, but now it was only about 20 feet behind us, and it was taller, much taller. It had to be 7 feet at least. The fog had cleared a bit, but I still couldn't make out any features. It was like a person-shaped void, darker than the night around it. "Run," I gasped, grabbing Jamie's arm. We sprinted to the gap in the fence and scrambled underneath it, scraping our backs on the metal. Once on the other side, we didn't stop running until we reached the main road, our lungs burning and legs aching. When we finally caught our breath, Jamie told me something she'd been keeping to herself. A few days earlier, she'd been walking those same tracks alone during the day. She heard footsteps running up behind her, getting louder and faster. When she turned around, there was nobody there, but the footsteps continued for a few seconds before stopping. We made a pact right then to avoid the train tracks, but being 19 and stupid, we didn't extend that caution to other isolated places. 2 nights later, still reeling from my mom's funeral earlier that day, we decided to visit this small creek that runs through a wooded area near our apartment. We thought the sound of running water might be peaceful or something. It was around midnight when we arrived at the creek. The moon was bright enough to see by, reflecting off the water. We sat on some rocks by the edge, talking quietly. I remember feeling uneasy the entire time, like we were being watched. After about 20 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. "Can we go? This place is creeping me out," I said. Jamie nodded, looking relieved. As we started walking back to the path, she stopped to tie her shoe. I waited a few feet ahead, and that's when I noticed her face go completely white. "What?" I asked, my heart starting to race. "There's something behind you," she whispered. "Don't turn around, just walk to me slowly." I've never been more terrified than in that moment, feeling something I couldn't see standing right behind me. I walked to Jamie as calmly as I could, and then we both ran all the way back to our apartment without looking back once. We burst through our front door, slamming it shut and locking it. We were both shaking and out of breath. For a few minutes, we just stood there in silence, trying to convince ourselves we'd just spooked each other. But deep down, I knew something had followed us from those tracks. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing strange noises from our bathroom, like something heavy being dragged across the tile floor. Jamie heard it too, but neither of us was brave enough to check. We left all the lights on and huddled together in her room until morning. The next day was when things got even worse. I was doing laundry in our small utility room when I felt the temperature drop dramatically. The air became so cold I could see my breath. Then I had this vision, I guess you could call it. I wasn't asleep, but it wasn't exactly like normal seeing either. In this vision, I saw a tall, dark figure standing in the corner of the laundry room. It had no features I could make out, just a black silhouette that seemed to absorb the light around it. It reached out toward me, and I felt this pressure in my head, like something was trying to push its way inside. I fought against it, mentally screaming, "No!" over and over. I snapped back to reality, gasping for air. The laundry basket I'd been holding now scattered across the floor. The room was back to normal temperature, but I knew what I'd experienced was real. That night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning with an overwhelming urge to go to the bathroom. It wasn't a normal need. It felt like something was pulling me there, like a compulsion I couldn't fight. I got halfway across my bedroom before I realized what was happening and forced myself to stop. I stood there frozen, fighting against this invisible force that was trying to make me walk to the bathroom. I managed to wake Jamie, and through tears, I told her what was happening. She believed me immediately, which only confirmed my fears. She'd been experiencing things too. "I think whatever was on those tracks has followed us home," she said, her voice shaking. "And I think it's living in our bathroom now." Jamie had gotten into some spiritual practices since moving to Asheville, and she decided to try to cleanse our apartment. The next morning, while I stayed locked in my bedroom, she went around sprinkling Florida water in all the corners. She drew protection sigils on pieces of paper and placed them around the apartment, focusing especially on the bathroom door. She even burned some rosemary, which is supposed to ward off negative energy. While she was doing this, I heard her gasp and then run into my room, slamming the door behind her. "It growled at me," she said, her face pale. "When I was putting the sigil on the bathroom door, something growled from inside. The door was open, and I could see there was nothing in there, but something fucking growled at me." We spent that night in a hotel, but we couldn't afford to stay away from our apartment for long. We had to go back the next day. The atmosphere in our place had changed. It felt heavy, like the air itself was pressing down on us. The bathroom was the worst. Even walking past the open door made my skin crawl. We started using the public restroom at the coffee shop down the street rather than our own. One morning, about a week after everything started, I was alone in the apartment. Jamie had left for work, and I was still on bereavement leave. I was sitting in the living room when the bathroom door slowly swung shut with a decisive click. I froze, staring at the closed door, when I heard what sounded like whispers coming from behind it. I couldn't make out words, just a low hissing sound that rose and fell like someone was having a conversation. Then the door handle started to turn, very slowly. I ran out of the apartment and didn't go back until Jamie got off work. When we returned together, everything seemed normal. The bathroom door was open, and there was no sign anything had happened. That night, I had a dream about my mom. In the dream, she was sitting on the edge of my bed, looking worried. She told me, "It feeds on grief. The more you hurt, the stronger it gets." Then she reached out as if to touch my face, but pulled back at the last second, looking over her shoulder fearfully. "It's here now," she whispered, and then I woke up. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and saw a tall shadow standing in my doorway. It was so dark it seemed to swallow the light from the hallway nightlight. I couldn't move or scream. I was completely paralyzed with fear. The shadow figure took a step into my room, and I could hear a strange clicking sound with each movement, like bones snapping into place. Just as it reached the foot of my bed, Jamie's alarm went off in the next room, and the figure disappeared. Not like it walked away. It literally blinked out of existence. The next day, I told Jamie about my dream and the shadow figure. She'd been doing research and said that there are entities that feed on negative emotions like grief and fear. With everything I'd been through, losing my mom, my grandparents' dog, even my pet rat, I was basically a buffet for this thing. We tried everything we could think of. We had a local spiritualist come cleanse the apartment, though we didn't tell her exactly what was happening, just that we felt bad energy. We burned sage, set up salt lines, hung protective charms. Nothing worked. If anything, the presence seemed to get stronger, more bold. It started appearing in reflections. I'd catch glimpses of it standing behind me in mirrors or windows, always vanishing when I turned around. The bathroom remained the worst area, with strange noises constantly coming from it, dripping sounds when the faucets were off, scratching inside the walls, and sometimes that low growling. The worst part was the dreams. Every night, I'd dream of my mom trying to warn me, but something would always stop her before she could tell me how to get rid of this thing. I'd wake up feeling like something had been sitting on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I started to research similar experiences online and found stories about entities that attach themselves to people in places with spiritual significance or during times of emotional vulnerability. Some people called them shadow people, others had different names for them, but the descriptions were eerily similar to what we were experiencing. About 2 weeks after it all started, things reached a breaking point. I was home alone again, trying to distract myself with TV, when all the electronics in the apartment went haywire. The TV started rapidly changing channels, the lights flickered, and my phone, which was on the coffee table, kept turning on and off by itself. Then the bathroom door slammed shut so hard the whole apartment shook. What followed was the most terrifying sound I've ever heard, like someone was being dragged across the bathroom floor, screaming and clawing at the tiles. The screams didn't sound human. They were too distorted, too wrong. I ran out of the apartment and called Jamie, hysterical. She left work immediately and met me at a nearby park. While we were trying to figure out what to do, my phone dinged with a notification. It was from my banking app confirming a transfer I hadn't made. Someone, or something, had accessed my phone and transferred almost all my savings to an account I didn't recognize. That was the last straw. We packed essential items that same day and moved in with Jamie's sister temporarily. We broke our lease and left most of our belongings behind. I couldn't prove that a supernatural entity had stolen my money, so I had to eat that loss. It's been 3 weeks since we left the apartment. Jamie's sister's place seems safe. No strange occurrences here, but sometimes, when I'm alone in a room with a mirror, I swear I can see something tall and dark, standing just behind my reflection, watching and waiting. The only thing that still haunts me, besides the memories, is wondering if it was really gone, or if it had gotten what it wanted from me and moved on, or worse, if it's still with me, biding its time, waiting for the right moment to make itself known again. Story 11. I still don't know what happened that night in Eastern Oregon. It's been almost 8 months, and I haven't told many people about it because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Last summer, I was driving from Seattle to visit my sister's family in Colorado. I'd made this trip before, but always stuck to the main highways. This time, I decided to take some scenic byways through Oregon to make the journey more interesting. Big mistake. I'd been driving for about 12 hours straight, with only short breaks at gas stations. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky this deep orange-red that made the surrounding landscape look almost alien. I was somewhere in Eastern Oregon on a 2-lane road cutting through miles of sagebrush and distant mesas. My GPS had lost signal about an hour earlier, but I wasn't worried. I had an old paper map in the glove compartment and figured I'd eventually hit a main road. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was starting to do that dangerous head nod thing. I needed to find somewhere to crash for the night. Just as I was considering pulling over at a rest area to sleep in my car, I spotted a small wooden sign on the side of the road. The Silent Motel, 2 miles ahead. Vacancy. The sign was weather-beaten, the paint peeling off in strips. I remember thinking the name was weird. Who names a motel Silent? But I was too exhausted to care. When I pulled up to the place about 10 minutes later, I immediately got a weird feeling in my stomach. The motel was a single-story, L-shaped building, probably from the 60s or 70s. The parking lot was cracked asphalt with weeds growing through, and there were only 2 other cars parked there, an old station wagon covered in dust and a pickup truck that looked like it hadn't moved in years. The neon sign was partially burnt out, so it just read SLNTMOEL. A couple of the exterior lights were flickering, and the whole place had this yellowish glow that made it look jaundiced. Every instinct told me to keep driving, but my eyelids felt like they had weights attached to them. I figured one night wouldn't kill me. The lobby was just as depressing as the outside. Faded floral wallpaper, a dusty fake plant in the corner, and this pervasive smell of mothballs mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Behind the front desk was this old man, and when I say old, I mean ancient. His skin was so pale it was almost translucent, like you could see the veins underneath. His eyes were these deep-set hollows, and he barely blinked when I walked in. "Need a room," I said, setting my purse on the counter. He just stared at me for a moment, not saying anything. Then, without a word, he turned to a pegboard behind him with keys hanging from hooks. He grabbed a key marked 9 and placed it on the counter with a bony hand. $55, he said in a voice that sounded like sandpaper. Cash only. That should have been another red flag, but I was too tired to argue. I handed him 3 20s, and he made change from an ancient register, never once looking me in the eye. He didn't ask for ID or a credit card imprint for incidentals. He didn't have me fill out any paperwork. He just took my money and pushed the key toward me. "Room 9 is at the end of the hall," he said. "Checkout is at 11. Then he went back to staring at the wall behind me. I grabbed my overnight bag from the car and headed to my room. The hallway was dimly lit, with maybe every 3rd bulb actually working. The carpet was this awful brown shag that felt damp underfoot, even through my shoes. There was a weird quiet to the place that made the hair on my arms stand up. Not the peaceful quiet of a countryside night, but a suffocating, heavy silence that felt like it was pressing against my eardrums. Room 9 was at the very end of the corridor, the last door on the right. The brass number was tarnished, hanging slightly crooked. I put the key in the lock, and it stuck for a moment before turning with a grinding noise. The room was small and smelled musty. The wallpaper, once white with blue flowers, was yellowed and peeling in the corners. There was a double bed with a faded green bedspread, a nightstand with a lamp that had a cracked shade, a dresser with a TV that looked like it was from the 90s, and a bathroom with those sliding doors that never close properly. I should have turned around right then, but something about the place made me feel disconnected, like I wasn't thinking clearly. I remember checking my phone. No signal, not even one bar. I tried the TV, but it only showed static on the 3 channels it picked up. The bathroom was just as bad as the main room. The tiles were stained with rust or something darker around the drains. The towels were thin and rough, and there was a hair in the sink that definitely wasn't mine. But I was so tired I didn't care. I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and set my phone alarm for 7 the next morning, even with no service. I didn't even change into proper pajamas. Just stripped down to my t-shirt and underwear and crawled under the covers. They smelled like they'd been washed with too much bleach, but at least they seemed clean. I remember lying there, listening to the silence. No traffic sounds, no voices, not even the hum of a vending machine or ice maker, just absolute stillness. Despite my exhaustion, sleep didn't come easily. The bed was lumpy, and every time I closed my eyes, I felt like someone was watching me. Eventually, though, I must have drifted off. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:14 a.m. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it, a shuffling sound in the hallway outside my door, slow, dragging footsteps, like someone was pulling a heavy leg behind them. I sat up in bed, fully alert now. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. There was a long pause, and then a soft tapping. Tap, tap, tap like fingernails on wood. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. The tapping stopped. Then it started again, more insistent this time. Tap, 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 tap. I slipped out of bed and grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight. "Who's there?" I asked, trying to sound assertive but hearing the tremor in my voice. The tapping stopped again, replaced by the sound of the doorknob slowly turning. Thank God I'd locked it and put on the security chain. The door pushed inward about an inch before the chain caught, creating a narrow gap. I couldn't see anything through the gap, just darkness, but I could hear breathing, slow, wheezing breaths. "I'm calling the police," I lied, holding up my phone even though I knew it had no signal. The breathing continued for another few seconds, then the pressure on the door released. The footsteps shuffled away down the hall, growing fainter until I couldn't hear them anymore. I stood there for what felt like forever, my back pressed against the wall, clutching my phone like a weapon. The room felt colder, and I realized I was covered in goosebumps. Part of me wanted to pack my things and leave right then, but the thought of going out into that hallway, possibly encountering whatever had been at my door, was too terrifying. Eventually, I dragged the dresser in front of the door. It was heavy, and I broke 2 nails pulling it and sat on the bed with my back against the headboard. I tried to tell myself it was probably just another guest who had the wrong room, maybe drunk or confused, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The breathing I'd heard, it wasn't normal. I didn't sleep again. I sat there watching the minutes tick by on that clock, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. Around 4:30 a.m., I heard the shuffling again, this time passing by my door without stopping. I held my breath until the sound faded. By 5:15 a.m., the first hint of dawn was showing through the thin curtains. I decided I wasn't waiting until full light. I quickly dressed, packed my bag, and cautiously moved the dresser away from the door. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened for a full minute before unlocking the chain. The hallway was empty and somehow looked even more run down in the gray pre-dawn light filtering through a window at the end. I walked quickly to the lobby, my keys clutched between my fingers as a makeshift weapon. The front desk was empty, no sign of the old man. I called out, but no one answered. I wanted to just leave, but I also wanted a record that I had checked out properly, some proof that I'd been there. I looked for a bell to ring, a door to knock on, anything, but there was nothing. That's when I noticed the register book on the counter, open to a page with a few signatures. I looked at the names and dates. The last entry was from 1997. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed a pen and quickly scrawled, "Sarah Winters, checked out 5:20 a.m. on the next line, then practically ran to my car. The key to room 9 was still in my pocket. I forgot to leave it behind in my panic. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The motel looked abandoned in the early light, windows like empty eyes watching me leave. I could have sworn I saw a figure standing in the window of room 9, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. I drove straight through to the next town about 40 miles away and stopped at a diner that had just opened for breakfast. My hands were still shaking as I gulped down coffee. When I asked the waitress if she knew anything about the silent motel, she just looked at me blankly and said she'd lived in the area her whole life and had never heard of it. When I finally got to my sister's place in Colorado, I tried researching the motel online. Nothing. No reviews, no mentions, not even a point on any map. I looked up businesses in that part of Oregon. Nothing matched. I even called the county tourism office, claiming I'd left something important at a motel but couldn't remember its exact location. They had no record of any silent motel. That was 8 months ago. I still have the room key. I keep it in a drawer because I can't bring myself to throw it away. It's the only proof I have that I didn't imagine the whole thing. Sometimes I take it out just to confirm it's real. That brass key with the number 9 stamped on it. I still drive places, still take road trips, but I never stay in motels anymore. I book hotels in advance, name brand places in well-populated areas, and I always check reviews first. Lots of them. I don't know what that place was. Maybe it was just an old forgotten motel run by a weird old man. Maybe the place really doesn't exist on maps because it closed down years ago. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I remember that breathing outside my door, and I know in my gut that whatever I encountered that night wasn't entirely normal, and sometimes I swear I can hear tapping on my bedroom door. Tap, tap, tap like fingernails on wood. Story 12. I still can't explain what happened that winter morning 10 years ago. It's one of those experiences that makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality. I've told this story to only a handful of people because, honestly, who would believe it? But it happened. I was there. I lived it. My husband Jake and I had been together for 15 years at that point. We had a pretty normal life in Ridgemont Valley, a small town where winters hit hard and everyone knows everyone's business. Jake's father had passed away before I ever got the chance to meet him. Heart attack. It happened 2 years before Jake and I even crossed paths. From all the stories I'd heard, Bill was a gentle soul, loved fishing, woodworking, and had this hearty laugh that would fill a room. Jake has that same laugh. We lived about 20 minutes from Sarah, Jake's mom. Every Saturday we'd pick her up to run errands, grocery shopping, pharmacy, sometimes lunch at the diner downtown. It was our little routine. Sarah was in her 70s by then, still fiercely independent, but appreciated the company. Plus, the winters in Ridgemont Valley can be brutal, and driving in snow wasn't her favorite thing. It was mid-January, and we'd had this massive snowstorm the night before. I remember because I'd stayed up late watching the snow pile up outside our bedroom window while Jake snored beside me. Must have been around midnight when I finally dozed off. That night, I had the most vivid dream. Not one of those fuzzy dreams that slip away when you wake up. This was crystal clear, like watching a movie where I was both the viewer and a participant. In the dream, I was sitting in Sarah's living room. The weird part was that there were people I didn't recognize lounging around on the furniture, passing around what looked like a bowl of marijuana. Not something you'd ever see in Sarah's actual house. She was a proper lady who didn't even like when people put their feet on her coffee table. I was perched awkwardly on the arm of the sofa, feeling out of place, when this man sat down next to me. Somehow, I instantly knew it was Bill, Jake's dad. He looked exactly like the photos Sarah kept on her mantle. Salt and pepper hair, kind eyes with deep crow's feet from smiling too much, wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He didn't say much at first, just nodded at me like we were old friends. Then he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out this small purple glass heart. It fit perfectly in the palm of his hand, catching the light as he turned it over. "I need you to give this to Sarah," he said, placing it in my palm and closing my fingers around it. "Tell her I'm still around." That was it. No dramatic music, no floating spirits or bright lights. Just a simple request. Then the dream shifted to something else entirely forgettable, the way dreams do. When I woke up the next morning, I remembered the dream immediately. It felt important somehow, different from regular dreams. I told Jake about it over coffee. "I dreamt about your dad last night," I said, stirring some sugar into my mug. "He gave me a little purple heart to give to your mom." Jake raised his eyebrows. Weird. What did he look like? I described Bill exactly as he'd appeared in my dream, and Jake nodded, confirming it matched the real Bill, but neither of us made a big deal out of it. People dream about deceased relatives they've never met all the time, right? We chalked it up to all the stories I'd heard about him over the years. After breakfast, we bundled up to head to Sarah's. The snowstorm had dumped nearly 2 feet of fresh powder overnight. Our driveway looked like a blank white canvas, and Jake spent a good half hour clearing enough to get the car out. The roads were barely plowed, so the drive took longer than usual. When we finally pulled up to Sarah's house, it was close to 11. Her small ranch-style home was completely snowed in, with pristine white covering everything. No footprints, no disturbances. She obviously hadn't ventured outside yet. Jake went ahead to clear a path to her front door, while I grabbed the reusable shopping bags from the back seat. The air was that special kind of quiet that only happens after a heavy snowfall, like the world is holding its breath. The sky was bright blue, making the snow almost blindingly white in the sunlight. I trudged behind Jake, following his footprints, when something caught my eye, a splash of color against all that white. At first, I thought maybe it was a piece of trash or a lost mitten, but as I got closer, I realized what it was. There, sitting perfectly on top of the untouched snow, was a small purple glass heart. My body went cold, and it had nothing to do with the temperature. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring at it. The sun hit it just right, making it shimmer against the snow. It was identical to the one from my dream, the one Bill had placed in my hand. "Jake," I called, my voice sounding weird and distant. "Jake, come here." He turned around, already on Sarah's porch. "What's up?" I couldn't find the words. I just pointed. Jake walked back to where I was standing and followed my finger to the purple heart, his face literally drained of color. I'll never forget the look in his eyes, confusion, disbelief, and something else I couldn't quite place. "What the hell?" he whispered. I bent down and carefully picked it up. It was cold to the touch, but not as cold as it should have been sitting on top of snow. The glass was smooth, flawlessly crafted, deep purple in color, exactly like the one in my dream. "This is..." I started but couldn't finish the sentence. Jake just stared at it in my palm. "This is impossible." And it was. There had been no footprints in the snow. No one had been out here since the storm. How could this little purple heart be sitting right there, in the exact spot where I would see it after dreaming about it just hours before? I closed my fingers around it, feeling its weight. "I think I need to give this to your mom." Jake looked uncertain, but nodded slowly. Yeah, I think you do." Sarah answered the door in her housecoat, delighted to see us despite the weather. She ushered us inside, fussing about the snow and asking if we wanted hot chocolate. Normal Saturday stuff. I sat at her kitchen table, the purple heart burning a hole in my coat pocket. I wasn't sure how to bring it up without sounding completely insane. Jake kept shooting me nervous glances as Sarah bustled around, putting on a kettle. Finally, when we were all sitting with steaming mugs in front of us, I took a deep breath and pulled out the glass heart. "Sarah," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, "I found this outside in the snow. I think it's for you." I placed it on the table in front of her. She looked at it curiously, picking it up and turning it over in her fingers. "How pretty," she said. "But why would it be for me, dear?" I glanced at Jake. He nodded slightly, encouraging me to continue. "Last night, I had a dream," I began. "I was in your living room and Bill was there." Her eyes snapped to mine at the mention of her late husband's name. "He gave me a purple glass heart exactly like this one and asked me to give it to you. He said to tell you he's still around." Sarah's hand went to her mouth. The purple heart clutched tightly in her other hand. For a moment, she just stared at me. "And you found this outside? In the snow?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Jake jumped in. "Mom, there were no footprints. No one had walked there since the storm. It was just sitting there, on top of the snow." Sarah looked down at the heart in her palm, tears welling in her eyes. Then she did something I didn't expect. She smiled, a warm, knowing smile through her tears. "He always loved little glass figurines," she said softly. "He'd bring me one whenever he went on a fishing trip. Said they were prettier than flowers because they'd never die." She looked up at us, tears now streaming down her face. "I've always felt him around me, you know. But this is something else." We sat in silence for a while, none of us knowing quite what to say. The hot chocolate went cold. Outside, the sun made the snow sparkle. "Thank you," Sarah finally said, closing her fingers around the heart. Thank you for bringing him to me. We didn't go shopping that day. Instead, we stayed at Sarah's, looking through old photo albums while she told stories about Bill that I'd never heard before. The Purple Heart sat on the table, catching the light every so often. Life went on after that day, but something had shifted. Not just for Sarah, but for Jake and me too. How do you go back to normal after experiencing something so utterly unexplainable? Sarah passed away 3 years later, peacefully in her sleep. While going through her belongings, we found that purple glass heart tucked safely in her wallet. According to Jake's sister, she'd carried it with her every single day since I gave it to her, a tangible connection to something beyond understanding. I've spent countless hours trying to make sense of what happened that snowy morning. I've researched dreams, coincidences, even paranormal phenomena. I've considered every rational explanation. Maybe someone had dropped the heart there before the storm. Maybe it was blown by the wind. Maybe Jake or Sarah were playing an elaborate prank. Though I know in my heart neither would do something like that, but nothing explains it satisfactorily. Nothing explains how I could dream about an object I'd never seen before, only to find that exact object in reality the next day, pristine on untouched snow. 10 years later, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. That small purple heart bridged worlds somehow, connecting the living to whatever comes after. I don't know how or why I was chosen to deliver that message. I never met Bill in life, had no connection to him beyond marriage to his son. Yet somehow he found a way to reach across whatever divide separates us from those who've passed on. I don't share this story often. Most people would assume I'm making it up or misremembering the details. But Jake was there. He saw it too. And sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and snow is falling outside our window, I swear I can feel Bill's presence, like he's nodding to me from across the room, grateful that his message was delivered. Some things in this world just can't be explained. And maybe they're not meant to be. Maybe they're just meant to be experienced, to remind us that there's more to this existence than what we can see or touch or prove. The Purple Heart sits on our mantle now, a reminder of the day a dream became reality in the most inexplicable way. Story 13. Ivy never told this story completely before, but what happened in that yellow house still gives me nightmares 20 years later. I was 12 when we moved to Nyssa, Oregon. My mom thought it would be a fresh start after the divorce, but from the moment we pulled into the driveway of that old yellow house, something felt wrong. It wasn't anything I could explain at first, just this feeling in my stomach, like when you know you're about to get in trouble. The house was pretty big, 2 stories with a basement and a cellar. My room was on the 2nd floor, with my mom's room on one side and my aunt's on the other. They said it was to keep an eye on me and my cousin Emily, who had cerebral palsy and needed extra help. My brothers Mike and Jason had rooms in the basement, along with my oldest cousin Derek. I hated going down to the basement even though we kept the washing machine down there. I'd make excuses to avoid laundry duty, offering to do dishes or clean bathrooms instead. Mom thought I was just being lazy, but it wasn't that. Every time I went down those stairs, it felt like something was watching me from the shadows. The first night was when it started. I was trying to sleep in my new room, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling and listening to the house settle. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps coming up from below, heavy, dragging footsteps that didn't sound like anyone in my family. They stopped right outside my bedroom door. I remember lying frozen in bed, barely breathing, as the doorknob slowly turned. The door opened just a crack, and I saw nothing. Just darkness. But it wasn't empty darkness. It felt solid somehow, like something was blocking the light from the hallway. I pulled my blanket over my head and didn't move until morning. When I told my mom about it, she said it was just the house settling or one of my brothers playing a trick. But the look on her face told me she wasn't convinced. Things were mostly quiet for a few weeks after that. Just little stuff. Objects not being where we left them, cold spots in rooms that should have been warm, the feeling of someone standing behind me when I was alone. I tried to ignore it, told myself I was being dramatic. Then came that night in October. Mom and my aunt had gone to some work thing, leaving us with Emily's boyfriend, Jake, who was 17 and thought he was cool because he had his own truck. It was getting dark early that time of year, and after dinner, my brothers suggested playing hide and seek in the dark. "Come on, Rach," Mike said. "Don't be a baby." I didn't want to play. Not in that house, not in the dark, but I didn't want them calling me a baby either, so I agreed. Jake was it first, and we all scattered. Mike and Jason headed for the basement, of course. They knew I was too scared to look for them down there. My cousin Ashley decided to hide in the cellar, this small door under the stairs that led to a dirt-floored storage area. I found a spot behind the living room curtains and waited. I could hear Jake walking around, making a big show of looking for us, calling out stupid stuff like, come out, wherever you are." I was about to change hiding spots when I heard this scream. Not like a playful scream, a real terrified scream that made my skin crawl. Ashley came tearing around the corner from the hallway, running like her life depended on it. She crashed right into me, knocking us both to the floor. She was hysterical, babbling and crying. "There's something in the cellar," she kept saying. "Something was in there with me." Jake turned on the lights and we all gathered around her. My brothers came up from the basement, asking what was going on. "It was like a brain," Ashley said when she could finally talk straight. "A floating brain with this red light around it. It was moving toward me from behind the cellar door." Of course, my brothers laughed. They said she was making it up to scare us, but I'd seen her face. You can't fake that kind of fear. Jake decided we should watch a movie to calm everyone down. Ashley refused to sit anywhere near the hallway that led to the cellar. I kept thinking about Emily upstairs, asleep and helpless. What if whatever Ashley saw decided to go upstairs? I told them I was going to check on Emily. No one offered to come with me. I climbed the stairs slowly, feeling the weight of the darkness pressing in around me. Emily's room was at the end of the hall, past my room. I pushed her door open and saw her sleeping peacefully in her bed, her breathing machine making its regular whooshing sound. I was about to leave when I heard it. Those same heavy dragging footsteps coming up the stairs, but this time they were coming up fast. I ran into Emily's room and locked the door behind me. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The footsteps stopped outside Emily's room. I turned on her radio, cranking the volume to drown out any other sounds. Emily stirred but didn't wake up. I backed up until I was pressing against the door, as if my skinny 12-year-old body could somehow keep whatever was out there from getting in. And then, because the universe has a sick sense of humor, a thunderstorm rolled in. I have this crazy phobia about storms. Something about the combination of thunder and lightning just paralyzes me with fear. So there I was, trapped between the supernatural terror in the hallway and the natural terror flashing outside the windows. I don't know how long I stood there with my back against that door, long enough that my legs started to cramp, long enough that Emily's radio station went to their late-night programming, long enough that the storm outside grew from distant rumbles to window-rattling booms. Every time lightning flashed, I was sure I'd see something horrible in the room with us. Every time the thunder cracked, I jumped and bit back a scream, and the whole time I felt something pressing against the other side of the door, something heavy and patient. When my mom and aunt finally came home, I was still standing there. They had to use a skeleton key to get in because I refused to unlock the door. My mom was furious until she saw my face. I must have looked pretty bad because her anger turned to concern immediately. "Rachel, honey, what happened?" she asked, pulling me into a hug. I couldn't even speak. I just shook and cried while my aunt checked on Emily, who had somehow slept through the whole thing. That's when we realized everyone else was gone. The TV was still on downstairs, but the house was empty. We found out later that after hearing Ashley's story about what she saw in the cellar, and then hearing weird noises coming from upstairs where I was, they all decided to hide out in Jake's truck until my mom got home. They left me and Emily alone in that house, with that thing. I was the youngest one there, and I was the only one who stayed to protect Emily. Not that I was brave, I was terrified, but I couldn't leave her. After that night, things got worse. Whatever lived in that cellar got bolder. A few months later, my aunt and cousins moved out, and my mum let some friends move in to help with rent. The woman who took Ashley's old room lasted 2 weeks before she told us she kept hearing voices in the basement. She said they would whisper her name at night, and she'd see shadow figures standing at the foot of her bed. Electronics would turn on and off by themselves. The TV would switch channels during shows. One night, my alarm clock radio turned on at 3 in the morning, blaring static at full volume. When I unplugged it, it kept playing for almost a minute. We kept horses on the property, and they would spook at nothing, rearing up and refusing to go near certain parts of the yard, especially the side of the house where the cellar door was. My mum tried to rationalize everything. The house was old, she said. The wiring was faulty. The floors weren't level. But I could see in her eyes that she knew it was more than that. The worst part was the dreams. I started dreaming about the cellar, about going down those dirt steps and finding something waiting for me, something that looked like a floating brain rimmed in red light, just like Ashley had described. In my dreams, it would speak to me, telling me things about my family that no stranger could know, secrets and fears we'd never spoken aloud. I'd wake up with dirt on my feet, even though I was sure I hadn't left my bed. One morning, I found a small dirt handprint on my window, on the outside, even though my room was on the 2nd floor. There was no way anyone could have reached it from the ground. I started sleeping with the lights on, which made my mom worry about the electric bill, but she didn't make me stop. I think she was relieved to have an excuse to keep the darkness at bay, too. The night before we finally moved out, I woke up to find my door open, even though I distinctly remembered closing and locking it. There was a trail of dirt leading from my door to my bed, as if something had crawled across my floor while I slept. We left the next day. Mom said it was because she found a better place closer to her work, but I knew the real reason. Something in that house was getting too close to us, especially to me. I still can't explain what happened in that yellow house in Nyssa. I've looked up the history of the place since then and found nothing that would explain the presence we felt. No tragic deaths, no criminal activity, just an old house that should have been empty but wasn't. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was there is still waiting in that cellar, watching the new family that moved in after us. I wonder if some other 12-year-old kid is lying awake right now, listening to those heavy, dragging footsteps coming up the stairs. I'm 32 now, and I still can't sleep in complete darkness. I still check behind doors before I close them, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear those footsteps coming closer and closer. Story 14. I still get uneasy whenever I see ladybugs. Most people think they're cute, but after what happened, they just make my skin crawl. It's been 3 months since I visited that house with Zoe and Jake, and I still can't explain what happened there. We'd been friends since high school, all of us stuck in Oakvale after graduation. It's the kind of small town where everyone knows your business, and entertainment consists of either the one movie theater that shows films months after release or drinking in someone's basement. So when Jake mentioned an abandoned house he'd spotted while hiking in the canyon, it seemed like a perfect weekend adventure. It was mid-October, the weather just starting to turn. We piled into Jake's beat-up Civic around 2 in the afternoon. The drive took about 40 minutes, mostly along unmarked back roads. Jake kept saying he remembered the way, but I could tell he was getting frustrated as we turned down yet another dirt road that looked exactly like the last 5 we'd tried. "Dude, are you sure this is it?" I asked from the back seat. Zoe was riding shotgun, scrolling through her phone even though we'd lost signal about 20 minutes earlier. "I swear it was around here somewhere," Jake muttered, slowing down as we approached a barely visible turnoff. "Wait, this is it." He pulled over and parked under some trees. The road ahead was too overgrown for the car. I grabbed my backpack with water bottles, snacks, and my camera. Zoe brought a small first aid kit, always the prepared one, and Jake just shoved his phone in his pocket, excited to lead the way. The path was narrow and hadn't been maintained in years. Tree branches reached across it, and I had to duck several times to avoid getting smacked in the face. We'd been walking maybe 10 minutes when Zoe stopped suddenly. "What the hell?" she said, brushing at her arm. That's when I noticed them. Ladybugs, hundreds of them. No, thousands, maybe millions, covering the trees and ground around us. They were crawling up my jeans, landing in my hair. I'm not afraid of bugs, but there was something unnerving about the sheer number of them. It's just ladybugs, Jake laughed, but I noticed he was swatting them away too. I've never seen so many in one place, I said, trying to sound casual while fighting the urge to turn around. We kept walking, and thankfully, after another bend in the path, the ladybug swarm thinned out. That's when we first saw the house. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by oak trees, their branches creating a canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. The house was rectangular, probably built in the 20s or 30s, with wood-shingled roof and siding that had turned a silvery gray with age. Some of the shingles had fallen off, creating gaps in the walls. The front porch sagged in the middle, and two windows flanked a door that hung slightly open. "This is it," Jake said proudly, like he'd discovered buried treasure. "It looks like it's about to collapse," Zoe said, but I could tell she was intrigued. I felt a strange mix of excitement and dread. Something about the place felt off, but I chalked it up to normal creepiness of abandoned buildings. We approached cautiously, testing each step on the porch. The boards creaked under our weight, but held. Jake pushed the door open wider, and we peered inside. The living room still had furniture, an old sofa with the stuffing coming out, an armchair with springs poking through the seat, and a brick fireplace that dominated one wall. Dust particles danced in the beams of light coming through the dirty windows. "Hello?" Jake called out, his voice echoing slightly. "Just checking for squatters," he explained with a nervous laugh. We moved through the house slowly. There were two bedrooms with metal bed frames but no mattresses. The kitchen had cabinets hanging off their hinges and an ancient stove covered in rust. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, but surprisingly, there was no graffiti or beer cans, no signs that local teens used this place to party. "I wonder why someone just abandoned it," Zoe said, running her finger along a dusty countertop. "Probably couldn't afford to keep it during the Depression," I suggested, snapping photos with my camera. "Looks like no one's been here in decades." We split up to explore more, Jake checking the bedrooms again, Zoe in the kitchen, and me examining the living room. The silence was heavy, broken only by our footsteps and occasional comments to each other. That's when it happened. A loud thump shook the entire house. It wasn't like a door slamming or something falling. It was like something massive had hit the house from all sides at once. I nearly dropped my camera. "What the fuck was that?" Jake shouted from the other room. I rushed to the hallway, almost colliding with Zoe. "Was that you guys?" she asked, her face pale. "No," I said, feeling my heart racing. It sounded like it came from everywhere. We all met in the living room, looking at each other with wide eyes. None of us wanted to admit how scared we were. "Let's check outside," Jake suggested, trying to sound calm. We practically ran out the front door, stumbling on the porch steps. Outside, everything was still. No wind, no animals, just the oak trees standing silent around us. "Maybe a branch fell on the roof," Zoe offered. We circled the house but found nothing. No fallen branches, no signs of anything that could have made that sound. "It's an old house," Jake said finally. "Probably just settling or something." I wanted to believe him. We stood outside for maybe 15 minutes, laughing nervously about how jumpy we were. The initial fear began to fade, replaced by embarrassment at our reaction. "Come on," I said finally. "We came all this way to explore. Let's not let a weird noise scare us off." We went back inside, but something had changed. The house felt different, more aware, if that makes any sense. I tried to shake off the feeling, focusing on taking photos instead. Jake wandered into one of the bedrooms, and Zoe went back to the kitchen. I heard them talking, but couldn't make out the words. I was examining the fireplace, noticing odd markings carved into some of the bricks, when Jake called out, "Liam, come check this out." I followed his voice to the bedroom. He was sitting on the floor, leaning against a wall that had been marked with red paint, "Condemned." "Real comforting," I joked, sitting down next to him. "This place is wild," he said. "Think anyone died here?" "Probably," I replied. "Most old houses have at least one death." We sat there for a minute in silence. Then it happened again. 3 distinct thumps, so powerful they shook dust from the ceiling. But this time they came from directly behind us, from inside the wall we were leaning against. We both scrambled to our feet. The thumps weren't random settling noises. They felt deliberate, like someone was pounding on the other side of the wall, but there couldn't be another side. We'd walked around the house, and this was an exterior wall. "Zoe!" Jake shouted. "Did you feel that?" She appeared in the doorway, her face white. "What the hell is going on?" We rushed outside again, this time not even trying to hide our fear. Standing in the overgrown yard, we argued about what to do. "I think we should leave," Zoe said firmly. "It's just an old house making noise," Jake insisted, but I could tell he was scared too. "Those weren't random noises," I said. "It felt like something was responding to us." We debated for several minutes. Part of me desperately wanted to leave, but another part couldn't stand the thought of driving back to town without answers. In the end, curiosity won out, one of the stupidest decisions of my life. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees. We decided to do one final walkthrough of the house before heading back to the car. "Let's stick together this time," Zoe suggested, and nobody argued. The house felt colder as we re-entered. The living room was getting dark, so I used my phone flashlight to illuminate the space. Jake was examining the fireplace where I'd seen those strange markings earlier. "Hey, look at these symbols," he said, pointing. I turned to look, and that's when I realized Zoe wasn't with us anymore. "Where's Zoe?" I asked, a spike of panic in my voice. Jake spun around, his eyes wide. She was right behind us. We called her name, moving quickly through the house, checking each room. No response. My heart was hammering in my chest as we rushed outside, scanning the yard. That's when we spotted her, sitting in what must have been a flower garden decades ago, now just a patch of weeds and dirt. "Zoe," I called out, running toward her. "What happened? Why'd you leave?" She looked up at us, confused. "What are you talking about? I've been calling you guys for the past 5 minutes. You didn't answer." Jake and I exchanged glances. "We didn't hear anything," he said. "I was right behind you, and then you both just disappeared," she said, standing up. "I thought you went this way, but when I followed, you weren't here. I've been shouting for you." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. We'd been maybe 20 feet apart at most, in a small house with thin walls. How could we not have heard her? "Let's just go," I said, no longer caring about exploring. "It's getting dark anyway." We were walking back toward the porch to grab our backpacks when we all froze. From inside the house came the distinct sound of an old rotary telephone ringing, the kind with the metal bell that makes that unmistakable trilling sound. We stood there staring at each other in shock. We'd searched the entire house. There was no telephone. The place didn't even have electricity. The ringing continued, 4 rings, then stopped. "Okay, that's it. I'm done," Zoe said, her voice shaking. "I just need to grab my backpack," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's right inside the door." "We'll wait here," Jake said quickly. Neither of them wanted to go back in. I took a deep breath and walked up the porch steps, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe someone else was in the house now, playing a prank. Maybe there was an old phone that still had some charge in it somehow. I pushed the door open and stepped into the living room. My backpack was where I'd left it, next to the sofa. I grabbed it quickly, turning to leave when I heard a rustling sound from the fireplace. Against my better judgment, I turned to look. The fireplace was just a dark hole in the wall now, no light left to illuminate it. I took a step closer, shining my phone light toward it. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just old ashes and brick. Then something moved in the shadows at the back. Before I could process what I was seeing, one of the bricks near the top of the fireplace dislodged itself and flew out, not fell, flew, straight toward me. It missed my head by inches, smashing into the wall behind me with such force that it left a dent in the plaster. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I ran, screaming, out the door, nearly falling down the porch steps in my panic. Jake and Zoe looked startled by my reaction. "What? What happened?" Jake asked. I couldn't even speak properly, just pointed at the house, gasping. brick fucking flew at me. They didn't believe me at first. Jake actually laughed, thinking I was trying to scare them. "I'm not joking," I shouted, grabbing his arm. "We need to leave now." Something in my face must have convinced them because they stopped arguing. We grabbed our stuff and started rushing down the path, not even bothering with flashlights despite the fading light. As we reached the bend in the path, I couldn't help myself. I looked back one last time. Through the trees, I could see the house, and in the living room window, what looked like flickering candlelight. But we'd brought no candles, and the house had been empty when I ran out. We didn't speak much on the drive back, each lost in our own thoughts. We've talked about it since, trying to make sense of what happened. Jake has convinced himself it was all just coincidence and imagination. Zoe thinks maybe someone was living there and playing tricks on us, but I know what I saw. That brick didn't fall. It was thrown with purpose and force, and there was nobody else in that house. I still have nightmares about that place, about the ladybugs, the thumping walls, and especially about what might have been watching us from the fireplace. I'll never go back to that canyon road, and I've warned everyone I know to stay away from that house. Some places are empty for a reason. Story 15. I've never told this story to anyone except my therapist and now my husband, but I feel like maybe writing it out might help me process it better. It happened 7 years ago, but I still get panic attacks when I think about it too much. I was 22, had just finished my undergrad, and was taking a summer break before starting grad school in the fall. My parents had moved to Florida that spring. Dad got a job offer he couldn't refuse, but they kept the house in Virginia because they weren't sure if the move would be permanent. It was this old house from the 60s in a quiet suburb outside Richmond, the kind of neighborhood where everyone has lived there forever, lots of retirees, and honestly, not much happens. Since I wasn't ready to move to Florida and didn't want to start paying rent somewhere when I'd be leaving for grad school soon anyway, I stayed in the house alone. It made sense at the time. Free place to live, familiar surroundings, and I could water the plants and make sure everything was okay with the house. The first few weeks were fine. I actually enjoyed having the place to myself. I could blast music, leave my stuff wherever, eat cereal for dinner. You know, the usual stuff when you're first living on your own. My bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hallway, and I'd pretty much taken over the entire house with my stuff spread everywhere. It was mid-July, super hot and humid like Virginia gets. I remember that night specifically because earlier in the day I'd been complaining to my mom on the phone about how the air conditioning in the house wasn't keeping up with the heat. I had every fan in the house going, including this big industrial one my dad had left in the garage. I went to bed around 11 that night after binge-watching some show on Netflix. I remember feeling extra tired because the heat had been draining my energy all day. I fell asleep almost immediately, which was unusual for me since I'm typically a night owl. I woke up around midnight to this tapping sound. At first I thought it was just part of my dream, or maybe a branch hitting the window, but as I became more alert, I realized it was coming from downstairs. It was a distinct, deliberate sound, like someone tapping their fingernail against the front door. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up in bed trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind had picked up and was moving the porch swing. Maybe it was a neighbor's kid playing a prank. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The tapping was too rhythmic, too intentional. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, checking to see if anyone had texted me to say they were stopping by, even though I knew that was ridiculous at midnight. No messages. I considered calling my parents, but didn't want to wake them up over what was probably nothing. The tapping continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking whatever it was had gone away. I was just about to lie back down when it started again. Only this time it wasn't tapping. It was knocking. Firm, clear knocks on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. My heart started racing immediately. This wasn't the wind or some random noise. Someone was at my door. At midnight. In a neighborhood where nothing happens after 9 p.m., I got out of bed as quietly as possible and tiptoed to my bedroom door, listening. The knocking continued, becoming more insistent. I stood frozen, trying to decide what to do. Should I call out? Should I check who it was? What if it was an emergency? Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of the door handle being tried. Someone was actually attempting to open my front door. The distinct sound of metal moving against metal, the handle being turned back and forth. I backed away from my bedroom door and grabbed my phone with shaking hands. I dialed 911, trying desperately to keep my voice steady as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. She told me officers were on their way and to stay on the line. She asked if I could see who was at the door, but there was no way in hell I was going downstairs to check. Instead, I crept to the top of the stairs, phone clutched in my sweaty hand, and listened. The knocking had stopped, but I could hear what sounded like scratching, like someone was working at the lock with some kind of tool. They were trying to pick my lock. "They're trying to get in," I whispered into the phone. The dispatcher told me to find a secure room and barricade myself inside until police arrived. She said they were about 7 minutes away. 7 minutes suddenly seemed like an eternity. I started to back up toward my bedroom when I heard the footsteps outside change direction. They were moving away from the front door, circling around the side of the house. My parents' house had a large sliding glass door that led from the back patio into the kitchen. It had one of those simple latches that you push down to lock it. And in that moment, with absolute horror, I remembered that I'd been out on the patio earlier that evening, enjoying the slightly cooler air once the sun went down. I couldn't remember if I'd locked that door when I came back in. I must have made some sound of distress because the dispatcher asked what was wrong. I told her about the sliding door, my voice barely audible as I tried not to alert whoever was outside that I was awake and aware of them. "How long did the dispatcher say the police would be?" I asked, my voice trembling. "About 5 more minutes now," she replied, her calm voice a stark contrast to my racing thoughts. That's when I heard it. The soft, distinctive sound of the sliding glass door moving on its track. The sound of someone entering my house. I'm not sure if I stopped breathing or if my brain just doesn't remember that part clearly. But the next thing I knew, I was backing into my parents' bedroom across the hall. Their walk-in closet had a small storage area in the back that my dad had built, hidden behind his hanging suits. It was the only place I could think to hide. I whispered to the dispatcher that someone was inside the house. She told me to mute my phone but stay on the line and that officers were less than 3 minutes away. I crawled into that storage space, pulled my dad's suits across to hide the entrance, and curled into the tightest ball I could manage. I could hear footsteps downstairs, moving slowly across the kitchen tile onto the living room carpet. Deliberate steps. Not someone rushing to grab something and leave, but someone taking their time, moving carefully through my house. I pressed my hand against my mouth to stifle any sound. My whole body was shaking so hard I was afraid the hangers would rattle. The footsteps moved to the bottom of the stairs, and I heard the first creak of weight on the bottom step. They were coming upstairs. Each creak of the stairs felt like it lasted minutes. My mind was racing through every horrible possibility of what would happen when they found me. I couldn't see anything from inside the closet, but I could track the intruder's progress by the sounds. 4 steps up, 5, 6. Then, through the pounding of blood in my ears, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world: distant sirens. The footsteps on the stairs stopped. There was a moment of absolute stillness, and then the rapid thud of someone rushing back down the stairs, across the living room, and through the kitchen. The sliding door made that same sound as it opened again, and then nothing, just the approaching sirens getting louder until they were right outside the house. I stayed hidden, afraid to come out, until I heard multiple voices calling out, "Police? Is anyone home?" When I finally emerged from the closet, I was still shaking so badly I could barely walk. 3 officers were searching the house, while a female officer stayed with me. They found the sliding glass door still partially open, but no sign of the intruder. The police searched the entire neighborhood, but didn't find anyone suspicious. They took my statement, dusted for fingerprints, and told me they'd increase patrols in the area. The female officer stayed with me until my friend Sarah could come over to spend the night. What haunts me the most about that night isn't just what happened, but what I discovered in the days that followed. When the detective came back to ask follow-up questions, he pointed out something I hadn't noticed. Small scratches around several of my windows, suggesting someone had been testing them to see which ones might be easy to open. And a neighbor mentioned she'd seen a car she didn't recognize parked down the street several times that week, including earlier that day. The implication was clear. Whoever came into my house that night hadn't just randomly picked it. They'd been watching, observing, learning my patterns, waiting for the perfect opportunity when I was alone. I moved out the next day, staying with Sarah until my grad school housing opened up early. I never spent another night alone in that house. My parents ended up selling it the following year. 7 years later, I still can't sleep alone in a house. My husband travels sometimes for work, and on those nights I either stay with a friend or have someone stay with me. I double-check every lock, every window, every night. I've got an elaborate security system that probably seems excessive to most people. My therapist says I have PTSD from the incident, which makes sense. The police never caught whoever it was. They never found any clear fingerprints or evidence that led to an arrest. Sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, watching other houses, waiting for the right moment. And sometimes, on the worst nights, I wonder if they've ever looked for me again. So that's my story. I don't know if writing it down helped or just brought everything back, but I do know that I'll be checking all the locks again tonight and probably listening for tapping sounds until dawn. Story 16. I still can't explain what we saw at that abandoned military camp back in 5th grade. It's been over 15 years, and I've never told the full story to anyone outside our small group. I'm only writing this now because I saw something on the news that brought it all rushing back. Our elementary school was right next to this old military facility, just a small compound with a couple of buildings and a yard where they kept these massive green trucks parked in rows. The whole place had been abandoned since the early 90s, but nothing was ever removed. The fence between our playground and the facility had this one spot where it was bent outward, creating a gap just big enough for kids to squeeze through. During lunch breaks, instead of staying in the designated playground area, a bunch of us would sneak over to the military camp. Looking back, it's insane that the school never fixed that fence or stationed someone to watch it. But this was the early 2000s in a small town, and nobody really cared what we did as long as we made it back for class. Me, Mike, Gabriel, and CJ were always the first ones through that gap. We had about 45 minutes for lunch break, and we'd spend 30 of them exploring the camp. The trucks fascinated us. These massive, dusty green monsters with canvas covers over the backs. Some were open, and we'd climb inside, pretending we were soldiers being deployed. The tapping started about 2 weeks into the school year. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. Just a soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap coming from one specific truck parked at the far end of the lot. The truck looked identical to all the others, but for some reason, none of us ever climbed into that one. It wasn't a conscious decision. We just naturally avoided it. "You guys hear that?" I asked one day when the 4 of us were sitting on the hood of one of the trucks eating our sandwiches. Mike nodded immediately. "The tapping? Yeah, it's been happening every day." Gabriel said, "I thought it was just the metal expanding in the sun or something." CJ, always the brave one, jumped down. "Let's go check it out." But none of us moved. We sat there, listening to the steady tap, 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 and I remember feeling this weird heaviness in the air, like the oxygen had suddenly become thicker. "Tomorrow," I said. "We'll check it out tomorrow." But we never did. Every day we'd hear it, and every day we'd promise to investigate tomorrow until the day Mike saw her. We were messing around as usual, throwing rocks at an old metal sign, when Mike suddenly froze. His sandwich dropped from his hand, and he just stood there staring toward the admin building. "Holy shit," he whispered. "Guys, look over there." I followed his gaze but didn't see anything unusual. Just the faded brick building with its broken windows and the overgrown path leading to it. "What?" I asked. "I don't see anything." Gabriel gasped next to me, the lady in the white dress. CJ gripped my arm so hard it hurt. Do you see her? Standing right there by the doorway? I squinted, scanning every inch of the area they were pointing to, but there was nothing there. Guys, if this is a joke, it's not funny. Mike looked at me like I was crazy. How can you not see her? She's right there staring at us. She's beautiful. The way he said beautiful made my skin crawl. His voice had changed, become dreamy and distant. She's smiling at us, Gabriel said, his voice carrying the same weird tone. I still saw absolutely nothing, and that terrified me more than if I had seen something. The three of them stood transfixed, staring at the empty doorway, while I frantically looked back and forth, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever had captured their attention. The bell rang in the distance, signaling the end of lunch break. Mike and a few of the other kids who had joined us reluctantly headed back, constantly looking over their shoulders. But Gabriel, CJ, and I stayed behind. We should go, I said, pulling on CJ's sleeve. Just one more minute, Gabriel whispered. She's still there. Where exactly? I demanded, frustration and fear making my voice crack. Point exactly where she is. CJ raised his arm and pointed at the empty doorway. Right there, she's wearing this long white dress, like old-fashioned, and her hair is black and goes all the way down her back. She's so pale, Gabriel added, like unnaturally pale. A chill ran down my spine despite the warm September day. The tapping suddenly seemed louder, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. That's the truck she came from, CJ said suddenly, pointing at the one we always avoided. I saw her walk out from behind it earlier. Something about the way he said it made my heart skip a beat. Without thinking, I started walking toward the truck, drawn to it like a magnet. What are you doing? Gabriel hissed, following close behind me. I want to see what's making that noise, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The tapping grew louder as we approached. Tap, tap, tap. Rhythmic and deliberate, like someone trying to get our attention. I stopped about 10 feet from the truck, suddenly hesitant to go any closer. Let's check under it, CJ suggested, coming up beside me. We crouched down, still keeping our distance, and peered into the shadows beneath the massive vehicle. At first I saw nothing but oil stains on the concrete and dried leaves that had blown underneath. Then I noticed it, a small metal piece hanging from the undercarriage, swaying slightly in the breeze and occasionally hitting against the frame. Tap, tap, tap. See? I said, relief flooding through me. It's just... My words died in my throat as a pair of bare, dirty feet stepped into view on the opposite side of the truck. They were small, like a woman's feet, but grayish-white and caked with what looked like dried mud. They didn't touch the ground completely. The heels hovered about an inch above the concrete. CJ saw them at the same time and grabbed my arm so hard I yelped. The feet began to move, sliding slowly toward the back of the truck, toward where we were crouching. They didn't walk. They floated, those heels never quite touching the ground. We didn't wait to see more. We scrambled up and ran, not stopping until we'd squeezed back through the fence and reached the safety of the school building. We were late for class and got detention, but I didn't care. All I could think about were those floating feet and the tap, tap, tap that seemed to follow us even into the classroom. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those dirty feet in my mind, floating just above the ground. When my grandmother came to check on me after midnight, finding me still wide awake, I broke down and told her about the tapping truck and how my friends had seen a woman in white, but I couldn't see her. I expected her to tell me it was just my imagination. Instead, she sat very still on the edge of my bed, her face growing pale in the dim light from my bedside lamp. "Did you say a woman in a white dress?" she asked quietly. I nodded, suddenly afraid of what she might tell me. Was she beautiful? Did your friends say she was beautiful? I felt the blood drain from my face. How did you know that? My grandmother took a deep breath. There have been stories about that military camp for decades, about a beautiful white lady roaming around that camp. But I didn't tell you it was at the camp, I whispered. She ignored this, continuing in a low voice. They say she appears beautiful during the day with her long white dress and black hair, but at night, she shook her head. At night, she changes. Changes how? I managed to ask, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Her face. My grandmother looked away. It's not something for children to hear. What about the tapping? I pressed, and the feet I saw. At this, my grandmother's expression changed to one of genuine alarm. You saw feet under a vehicle? When I nodded, she crossed herself quickly. That's him, the man in the black shirt. He hides in shadows away from the daylight. They say he's always following her, always hiding, always watching. She made me promise not to go back to the camp, and I readily agreed. But the next day at school, Gabriel was full of excitement about our discovery. We have to go back, he insisted during morning recess. We need to see what's making that tapping sound. CJ shook his head firmly. No way, I'm not going back there. Those feet weren't normal. It was probably just the lady, Gabriel argued. Maybe she was trying to communicate with us. Then why were her feet floating? CJ shot back. And why did they look like they belonged to a corpse? I had been silent during their argument, torn between fear and curiosity. Finally, I said, I'll go with you, Gabriel. Just to look from a distance. We won't get close to the truck. CJ called us idiots, but agreed to cover for us if we weren't back by the end of lunch break. So when the lunch bell rang, Gabriel and I slipped through the fence and cautiously made our way toward the yard of trucks. It was quieter than usual. No other kids had come with us that day. The tapping started the moment we entered the yard. Tap, 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 louder than before, more urgent. Can you see her? I asked Gabriel, scanning the area around the administrative building. He shook his head. Not right now, but I can feel her watching us. We slowly approached the row of trucks, stopping about 20 feet from the tapping one. The sound was definitely coming from underneath it, just like before. I'm going to look under it again, I said, surprising myself with my boldness. Gabriel grabbed my shirt. Are you crazy? After what happened yesterday? I'll stay back. I just want to see if those feet are there again. I crouched down, keeping a safe distance, and peered under the truck. At first, I saw nothing, just the same oil stains and leaves. Then my eyes adjusted to the darkness beneath the vehicle. What I saw wasn't feet this time. It was a face, or what might have once been a face. Gaunt, grayish-black, with sunken cheeks and eye sockets so deep they looked like empty holes. The mouth was stretched open in what could have been a scream or a grotesque smile. The thing was hanging upside down from the undercarriage of the truck, its body twisted at an impossible angle, and it was staring directly at me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. The face began to twist, the neck elongating as it started to slide toward me, those empty eye sockets never leaving mine. Gabriel must have seen my expression because he yanked me backward just as a long, spindly arm shot out from under the truck, black fingers grasping at the spot where I had been crouching a second before. We ran, faster than I've ever run in my life. I don't even remember getting through the fence or back to the school. The next thing I knew, we were sitting in the nurse's office, both of us pale and shaking so badly they thought we were having some kind of seizure. They called our parents, and we were sent home early. I never went back to that military camp again. None of us did. The school finally fixed the fence the following week after several parents complained. Years later, they tore down that whole facility to build a shopping center. The day the demolition crew arrived, there was an accident. One of the workers was crushed when a truck suddenly rolled forward, despite the parking brake being engaged. The newspaper said it happened at exactly 12:15 in the afternoon, right in the middle of what would have been our lunch break. Sometimes on quiet nights I still hear it, tap, 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 like something trying to get my attention from under my bed. And I wonder if that face is still watching, waiting for me to look into the darkness again. Story 17. I've been a trucker for almost 15 years now, done routes all across the country, seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Weird roadkill, drunk drivers, freaky roadside attractions, you name it. But what happened to me last summer in Alabama, I still can't make sense of it. I've tried to forget, tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion or my mind playing tricks. But I know what I saw, what I experienced. It was July 2018, middle of a brutal heat wave. I was hauling a load of industrial equipment from Memphis down to this tiny speck of a town in Alabama, the kind of place that barely shows up on GPS. My dispatcher said it would be a simple overnight run, just get there by morning, unload, and head back. I'd been on the road about 6 hours, and the sun was starting to set when my GPS had me turn off the interstate onto these back county roads. It was supposed to be a shortcut, but those shortcuts rarely are. The road got narrower and more twisted with every mile, the trees on both sides growing denser until they formed this dark tunnel ahead of me. My headlights barely cut through it. Around 9 that night, I was deep in the Alabama backwoods. No streetlights, no other cars, nothing but my high beams illuminating maybe 30 feet of road ahead. The radio kept cutting in and out, mostly static with occasional bursts of some country station. I turned it off and rolled my window down halfway. The summer air was thick, almost suffocating, and filled with the sounds of cicadas and God knows what else in those woods. That's when I saw her. My headlights caught a figure on the side of the road. A woman with her arm outstretched, thumb up in the universal hitchhiker sign. My first instinct was to keep driving. My mom always drilled it into me. Never pick up hitchhikers, especially on isolated roads. But something made me slow down. Maybe it was the desperate look on her face, or the fact that we were literally in the middle of nowhere. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of her and watched in my side mirror as she ran toward the truck. She was maybe 30, with dark hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in days. Her clothes, jeans and a once white t-shirt, were dirty and torn at the sleeve. But it was her eyes that got me, wide, alert, darting everywhere like she was expecting something to jump out at her. I leaned across and pushed open the passenger door. "You okay, ma'am?" She climbed in quickly, breathless. Thank you so much for stopping." Her voice was shaky, and up close I could see her hands were trembling too. "Car trouble?" I asked, still idling on the shoulder. She nodded rapidly. "Yeah, broke down about 2 miles back." She kept looking out the window into the darkness behind us. "I've been walking for hours." Something felt off. 2 miles isn't hours of walking, even on a bad road. But I didn't challenge her on it. "I'm Marcus," I said, putting the truck back in gear. "Sarah," she replied, though she barely looked at me. Her attention was fixed on the side mirror. I pulled back onto the road, the big diesel engine rumbling beneath us. "Where are you headed?" "Anywhere that's not here," she said, "just away from these woods." I nodded like this was a perfectly normal answer. "I'm heading to Oak Ridge. That work?" She nodded absently. "Sure, fine." We drove in silence for maybe 15 minutes. I kept glancing at her, noticing how she flinched at every shadow that passed across the windshield. Her right hand kept rubbing at her left forearm, and that's when I noticed the scratches, long, angry red marks running from her wrist almost to her elbow. "Those look nasty," I said, nodding toward her arm. "You get those when your car broke down?" She quickly pulled her sleeve down. "It's nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. You should clean those up when we get somewhere." Sarah turned to look at me directly for the first time. "Do you feel it?" "Feel what?" "Like we're being watched, followed." A chill ran up my spine despite the warm night. "It's just the woods. Makes people jumpy." She shook her head slowly. "Number. It's them. They've been tracking me since my car broke down." I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Great. I'd picked up a woman who was clearly not right in the head, maybe on drugs or having some kind of breakdown. "Who's they?" I asked cautiously. "I don't know what to call them," she whispered. "They stay in the trees. I only saw shadows, movements, but they're real, and they don't want people passing through." I decided to humor her. "Well, we're moving at 65 miles per hour. Nothing in those woods is keeping up with us." She didn't seem reassured. "They don't have to keep up. They know these roads. They know where we're going." The GPS indicated a gas station about 10 miles ahead. I decided that would be a good place to drop her off. Maybe they'd have a phone she could use to call for real help. "There's a gas station coming up," I told her. "We can stop there, get you some help." "No." The force of her response startled me. "No stops. We need to keep moving." That's when the radio turned itself on. I swear I'm not making this up. The radio clicked on by itself, static at first, then fragments of music, old-timey stuff, like from the 40s or 50s, cutting in and out, distorted. I reached to turn it off, but Sarah grabbed my wrist. "Don't touch it," she warned. "They do that." I yanked my hand free and hit the power button anyway. The radio went silent. "Look, I don't know what's going on with you, but..." The radio came back on, louder this time, the same staticky, distorted music, but now with what sounded like voices underneath it, whispering words I couldn't make out. I jabbed the button again, harder this time. Nothing happened. I even tried turning the volume knob, but it was stuck. "I told you," Sarah said, her voice barely audible above the noise. "They know we're here." That's when I saw it. Movement in the trees alongside the road, not like animals or branches swaying in the wind. This was different, deliberate, shapes moving parallel to the truck, keeping pace despite our speed. I blinked hard, convinced it was just my eyes playing tricks in the darkness. "You see them now, don't you?" Sarah asked. I didn't answer. I was too focused on the road ahead, pressing the accelerator a little harder. The truck responded, gaining speed. Then we hit something. It wasn't like hitting a deer or even a person. The impact was solid enough to jolt us forward, but there was no thud, no crunch of metal. The truck shuddered and the engine made a horrible grinding noise before stalling out completely. We rolled to a stop in the middle of the road. The headlights were still on, illuminating empty asphalt ahead. The radio had gone silent. "What the hell was that?" I muttered, reaching for the ignition. Sarah grabbed my arm again, her nails digging in. "Don't look back," she hissed. "Just start the truck and go." My instinct as a driver was to check what I'd hit. It could be a person, an animal. I couldn't just drive away. I turned to tell her this, but the look of absolute terror on her face stopped me cold. "Please," she begged. "Trust me. Don't look back. Just go." My hands were shaking as I turned the key. The engine sputtered, then caught. I put it in gear and we started moving again, slower than before. Something didn't feel right with the truck. It was pulling slightly to the left, and there was a new sound, a soft scraping, like something dragging underneath. I was about to mention it when Sarah gasped. Up ahead, maybe 50 yards, stood a figure in the middle of the road. My headlights illuminated him clearly. A tall, thin man in what looked like old-fashioned clothes. He wasn't moving, just standing there staring at us. "Drive around him," Sarah whispered urgently. I slowed down, unsure. The man wasn't moving. As we got closer, I could see his face. Or rather, I couldn't. Where his features should have been was just shadow. Darkness deeper than the night around us. I swerved to go around him, heart pounding. As we passed, I looked in my side mirror, and he was gone, vanished. There was no way he could have moved that fast, not without me seeing it. "What the hell is happening?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "Who was that? What's going on?" Sarah was pressed against the passenger door, her eyes squeezed shut. "They don't want us here. We have to get out of these woods." The GPS showed we were still 8 miles from the gas station, 8 miles of dark, winding road through dense forest. I pushed the truck as fast as I dared with whatever damage it had sustained. The radio crackled back to life, but this time there was no music, just voices. Whispering, muttering voices, speaking words I couldn't understand. It was like listening to a conversation in another room, just on the edge of comprehension, and the movement in the trees continued. Dark shapes flowing alongside us, sometimes falling behind only to appear ahead. I tried to focus on the road, on just getting us to somewhere with lights and other people. After what felt like an eternity, the trees thinned, and I saw the glow of lights ahead, the gas station. Relief flooded through me as I pulled into the gravel lot. It was a small place, just 2 pumps and a cinder block building with a flickering open sign in the window. An old man came out as I parked. He looked at my truck with a frown, then at us. "You folks all right?" he called as I climbed down from the cab. "Your rig's making one hell of a noise." I nodded shakily, noticing for the first time that Sarah had followed me out and was standing close behind me. "Hit something back on the road," I explained. "Not sure what." The old man's eyes narrowed. "Where'd you come in from?" I pointed back the way we'd come. "Route 16 through the woods." His face changed instantly. "You shouldn't be on that road after dark," he said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Especially not outsiders." "Why?" I demanded, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. "What the hell is out there?" The old man glanced past us into the darkness. "Folks around here know not to use that stretch at night. Been that way for generations. Some things don't take kindly to strangers passing through their territory." Sarah made a small frightened sound behind me. "Look," I said, "we need to use your phone. Call the police or—" "Phone's out," he interrupted. "Has been since sundown. Always is when they're active." I was about to argue when Sarah grabbed my arm. "Marcus," she whispered. "Look." I turned. At the edge of the gas station's pool of light where the pavement met the darkness of the trees, figures were gathering. They were hard to see clearly, more like absences of light than actual forms. But they were there, a dozen or more, just watching us. The old man saw them too. "Inside," he said urgently. "Now." We hurried into the small store. The old man locked the door behind us and started pulling down metal shutters over the windows. "What are they?" I asked, watching as he secured the building. "Don't rightly know," he replied without looking at me. "Been here longer than any of us. Usually they keep to themselves, deep in the woods, but sometimes they get curious. Hungry, maybe." "For what?" Sarah asked, her voice barely audible. The old man finally turned to look at us. "For whatever they can get." We spent that night in the gas station. The old man, he told us his name was Earl, had a shotgun he kept loaded and ready. Not that he thought it would do much good, he admitted, but it made him feel better. The figures stayed at the edge of the light, never advancing, but never leaving either. Just watching, waiting. Sometimes one would move, circling around the building. We'd track it through the small gaps in the shutters. They never made a sound, but the radio behind the counter kept turning on and off by itself, playing that same distorted music and whispering voices. Around 3 in the morning, something started scratching at the walls, soft at first, then harder, like claws or fingernails trying to get in. Sarah huddled in a corner, rocking slightly, her eyes fixed on nothing. Earl just sat on his stool behind the counter, shotgun across his lap, occasionally muttering what sounded like prayers. I kept thinking about my truck outside, wondering what had really happened when we hit something. I couldn't stop myself from picturing what might be underneath it, dragging along, what might still be attached to it. The scratching got worse as the night went on. Then came the tapping on the windows, like someone gently knocking to be let in. Earl said not to look, but I couldn't help myself. I peeked through a crack in one of the shutters. There was a face pressed against the glass. At least it had the shape of a face, but where features should have been was just darkness. Empty darkness with pinpricks of light where eyes might be. It seemed to sense me looking because those points of light fixed on me, and I felt a coldness so profound it was like my soul was freezing. I stumbled back, gasping. Earl pulled me away from the window. "Don't look at them directly," he warned. "That's how they get a hold on you." Dawn finally came, the first light of day seeping through the cracks in the shutters. The scratching stopped. The tapping stopped. The radio fell silent. Earl cautiously raised one of the shutters and peered out. "They're gone," he announced, his relief palpable. For now. I went outside to check on my truck. In the daylight, I could see what had happened to it. There were deep scratches all along the side, like something had been clawing at the metal, and underneath, Tangled in the axle were branches and vines, but they were blackened, twisted, like nothing I'd ever seen growing in any forest. They seemed to have wrapped themselves around the machinery, as if they'd been trying to stop the truck from moving. Earl helped me cut them away. Neither of us spoke about how they seemed to twitch and curl as we removed them, or how they left black stains on our hands that took days to wash off. Sarah was quiet, withdrawn. She wouldn't talk about what had happened before I picked her up, about her car, or where she'd been going. All she would say was that she needed to get as far away from those woods as possible. I couldn't blame her. Earl offered to call a tow truck for me from the next town over, but I declined. Once we'd cleared the debris from under my truck, the engine sounded normal again. I was eager to get moving, to get back to highways and traffic and normality. Before we left, Earl gave us a warning. Don't stop until you're well clear of these parts. And if your radio turns on by itself, or you start seeing things moving in the trees, drive faster. We took his advice. I drove us both out of there, pushing well above the speed limit until we hit the interstate. Sarah didn't say much. She just stared out the window, jumping at every shadow. I dropped her at a bus station in Birmingham. She thanked me, promised to be okay, and then she was gone. I've often wondered what happened to her. As for me, I still drive trucks, still do long hauls across the country, but I check my routes carefully now, and I never ever take shortcuts through unfamiliar woods. And if I'm driving at night and my radio suddenly turns on by itself, playing music from another time, I floor it. I don't look in my mirrors, and I don't stop until dawn. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts or the afterlife. Growing up, I was always the rational one in the family, the guy who needed proof, who questioned everything. My grandmother, Emily Pearl Taylor, was the complete opposite, super religious, attended church 3 times a week, and constantly worried about my eternal soul. We were close despite this fundamental difference. She'd make me these incredible apple pies while simultaneously trying to save me from hellfire. I'd eat the pie and politely dodge the conversion attempts. Don't get me wrong, I loved my grandmother fiercely. She practically raised me after my parents divorced. But man, we'd get into these heated debates about the afterlife. She'd quote scripture, and I'd counter with science. It became our thing. This ongoing, never-resolved argument that somehow strengthened our bond rather than weakened it. In January of 2005, I enrolled in this maritime training program, 13 months aboard the Pickettton Castle, this massive steel-hulled, tall ship. It was the opportunity of a lifetime, sailing around the world while learning navigation, seamanship, all that stuff. The only downside was being away from family for so long, especially my wife and kids, and Granny Emily, of course. By May of 2006, we were about 12 months into the journey. I had missed so much back home: birthdays, anniversaries, school plays. Technology wasn't what it is today. Communication was limited to occasional satellite phone calls when we docked at major ports. We pulled into Cape Town, South Africa in mid-May, and I immediately went to find a phone. It was Granny Emily's 92nd birthday, and I wasn't going to miss calling her. When I finally got through, she sounded so happy to hear from me, but also different somehow, frailer than I remembered. "Marcus, it's so wonderful to hear your voice," she said, her own voice cracking slightly. "I've been praying for your safe journey every single day." "Happy birthday, Granny." 92 years young, I replied, trying to keep things upbeat. "I've got about a month left on this voyage, and then I'll be home to see you." There was a pause on the line, and then she said something that made my stomach drop. "I don't know if I can make it till then, sweetheart." I immediately protested, telling her not to talk like that she was strong as an ox and would outlive us all. But there was something in her tone that worried me. Still, I tried to brush it off as her being melodramatic, something she had a flair for when trying to extract promises from me about attending church. "Come on, Granny, don't be dramatic," I said, trying to sound lighter than I felt. "You'll be fine. We'll have pie when I get back, and you can try to convert me again." She chuckled, but it sounded hollow. Marcus, you know I worry about your soul. And then, I don't know what possessed me, but I made this stupid flippant suggestion. All right, how about this? If you absolutely have to, go before I get back. You contact me from the afterlife. If you do, maybe I'll change my ways. Deal? I was joking. I swear I was joking. But her response was immediate and dead serious. It's a deal. I'll contact you. The certainty in her voice sent a chill down my spine, but I laughed it off. We chatted for a few more minutes about my kids and wife before the expensive international call had to end. That was the last time I spoke to my grandmother. A week later, we were sailing off the coast of Namibia. The weather had turned nasty, one of those sudden gale storms that makes you question your life choices. The Picatinny was built for rough seas, but it was still a harrowing experience. Waves crashing over the bow, the ship pitching violently, everything not tied down becoming a projectile. Most of us were seasick. It was miserable. After my evening watch ended at 11 p.m., I collapsed into my bunk, exhausted. Despite the rocking of the ship and the howling wind, I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. And then I heard her voice. I love you. It woke me instantly, clear as day, right next to my ear. It was Granny Emily's voice, but not the thin, aged voice I'd heard on the phone a week earlier. This was her voice from my childhood, strong, warm, full of life. I sat bolt upright in my bunk, heart pounding, and looked around the cramped cabin. My bunkmate was snoring heavily in the darkness. I fumbled for my watch. The luminous dial read 12:47, a.m. May 23rd. I was completely awake now, adrenaline coursing through my system. Had I dreamed it? It had seemed so real, so present. I could almost smell her perfume, that old-fashioned lavender scent she always wore. Granny? I whispered into the darkness. Nothing, just the creaking of the ship and the muffled roar of the storm. I laid back down, my mind racing. Part of me, the rational, skeptical part, insisted it was just a dream triggered by our conversation and my worry about her. But another part, a part I barely recognized, wondered if maybe, just maybe, no. That was ridiculous. I eventually fell back into a fitful sleep, the voice still echoing in my mind. The next morning I mentioned it to Dale, one of the other trainees who'd become a friend during the voyage. He looked at me strangely. You were talking in your sleep last night, he said. Woke me up. You said, I love you too, really clearly, then went right back to snoring. I hadn't remembered saying anything back in my dream. This detail unsettled me, but I still chalked it up to stress and the storm. I wrote about it in my journal that evening, noting the time and date, mostly as a curiosity rather than anything significant. 3 days later, the storm had passed, and we anchored at St. Helena Island. As soon as I could, I made my way to the communication center to call home. My wife didn't answer, but my sister-in-law Rebecca did. After exchanging pleasantries, I asked about everyone back home. There was a pause, and I knew immediately something was wrong. Marcus, I'm so sorry, Rebecca said, her voice gentle. Your grandmother passed away. Even though I'd been half expecting it since our last conversation, the news hit me like a physical blow. When? I managed to ask. It was on the 23rd, a little bit after midnight. She went peacefully in her sleep. Your wife has been trying to reach you, but with your ship in that storm. I barely heard the rest of what she said. May 23rd, a little after midnight. Exactly when I'd heard Granny Emily's voice. What time exactly? I interrupted, my voice shaking. I'm not sure the exact minute, Rebecca replied, sounding confused by my intensity. The nurse said she checked on her at midnight and she was sleeping. When she came back around 1 a.m., Emily had passed. So sometime in that hour. Why? I couldn't explain it to her. How could I? I mumbled something about just wanting to know the details, finished the call as quickly as I could without seeming rude, and walked out into the bright sunshine, feeling like I was in a fog. That evening, I pulled out my journal and flipped to my entry from May 23rd. There it was in my own handwriting. Weird dream last night. Heard Granny Emily's voice say, "I love you," at 12:47 a.m. Seemed so real. I stared at those words until they blurred. Coincidence? It had to be. And yet, the rest of the voyage passed in a strange haze of grief and confusion. I performed my duties, completed my training, but part of me was elsewhere, turning over that night in my mind again and again. Had she really reached out to me across thousands of miles of ocean? Had she kept her promise? When I finally returned home the following month, the first thing I did after reuniting with my family was to visit her grave with my wife and kids. The cemetery was quiet that day, birds singing in the trees, sunlight dappling through the leaves. Her headstone was simple gray granite. Emily Pearl Taylor, May 15, 1914 to May 23, 2006. A rare and beautiful soul. I stood there, my skepticism battling with what I'd experienced. Throughout my life, I'd dismissed supernatural stories, found logical explanations for ghostly encounters. But this was different. This had happened to me. During our voyage, we'd stopped at Mangareva Island in French Polynesia, where I'd found a small black pearl washed up on the shore. I'd kept it as a souvenir, thinking Granny Emily might like it. Now I knelt down and pressed the pearl into the soil beside her marker. "I love you too, Granny," I whispered, tears stinging my eyes. Then, because I couldn't help myself, I added, "Still not going to convert, though?" I swear I felt a gentle breeze brush past me, carrying the faint scent of lavender. It's been years now since that night on the ship. I've never told many people about it. Who would believe me? I still don't go to church, still consider myself a rational person. But sometimes rationality can't explain everything. I don't know what happened that night. Was it really her voice I heard? Did she somehow keep our deal? Or was it just a coincidence, a dream that happened to occur at the moment of her passing? All I know is that since then, I've become less certain about many things I used to take for granted. The line between what we know and what we don't know seems thinner somehow. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can smell the faintest trace of lavender in the air. Story 19. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up in a pretty normal family in California, supernatural stuff was always just stories to me, the kind of thing you'd watch in movies but never actually experience. That changed during 2014 and 2015 when I started regularly visiting my cousins who lived in this old house in the Central Valley, right near a river. The first time I pulled up to their place, I remember thinking it looked pretty normal, just an old 4-bedroom house with a big yard, but my cousin Miguel filled me in on the history while helping me with my bags. "This place used to be a bordello back in the day, you know," he said casually, like he was telling me about the weather. "Before they converted it into a family home." I laughed it off. "Yeah, right. No, seriously. And during the floods in the 90s, some of the tiles in the living room came off. You know what they found underneath? A huge pentagram carved right into the middle of the floor." I thought he was just trying to freak me out, but the way he said it, completely matter-of-fact, made me wonder. Later that night, I asked my aunt about it, and she confirmed everything. They'd covered the pentagram with new flooring, but knowing it was there gave me an uneasy feeling. During dinner, I noticed how casually my family talked about the residents of the house, not themselves, the other ones, the ones they couldn't see but could definitely feel. "The old woman likes to hang out in the kitchen," my aunt said while serving enchiladas. "She's harmless, just watches sometimes." "Better than the tall man," my uncle added. "He's the one you don't want to run into." They talked about these entities like they were just difficult neighbors, not supernatural beings. My younger cousins chimed in about the children they'd sometimes see playing in the yard, or the little girl with black hair who would peek around corners. I remember nodding along, thinking they'd all bought into some shared delusion. I'd be staying for 2 weeks, plenty of time to prove to myself that there was nothing supernatural going on. That first night, I bunked with my cousin Carlos in his room. Nothing happened, and I fell asleep thinking about how people can convince themselves of anything if they want to believe badly enough. The second night was different. I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. Not gradually, not drifting awake. My eyes just snapped open like someone had clapped right next to my ear. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of a nightlight in the corner. Carlos still used one, though he'd kill me for mentioning it. And there, at the foot of the bed, was someone standing completely still. At first my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe Carlos had gotten up, but I could hear his steady breathing from the other side of the bed. My eyes adjusted more, and I could make out the figure of what looked like an elderly man. He was thin, wearing what seemed like old-fashioned clothes and just standing there, watching us. I couldn't move. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might wake Carlos up. The figure didn't move either, didn't try to approach, just stood there observing. After what felt like forever but was probably only a minute or two, I slowly pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid. I laid there, barely breathing, for what must have been an hour before I got the courage to peek out again. By then, the figure was gone. The next morning, I didn't mention it to anyone. I figured it was just my imagination, maybe a half-dream. But that night, I found myself staring at the ceiling, afraid to fall asleep. When I finally did, I had vivid nightmares about being trapped in the house while something hunted for me. A few days passed without incident, and I started to relax again. Maybe it really had been my imagination after all. Then came the night we decided to play Ghost Adventures. It was my cousin Sophia's idea. She was 12 and obsessed with those ghost hunting shows. "Let's split up and record everything on our phones," she said excitedly after dinner. "We can be like real investigators." The adults laughed it off and went to watch TV in the main bedroom, leaving us kids to our game. We turned off all the lights in the house except for the one in the living room, then divided into teams. Me and my cousin Luis would take the east side of the house, while Sophia and Marco took the west. I remember feeling silly as we crept around, Luis whispering, "Do you feel that cold spot?" Every 30 seconds. I played along, holding my phone up to record our investigation. We checked closets, looked under beds, and Luis even tried to do an EVP session in the bathroom. We were in the hallway near the spare bedroom, the one my family said was the most haunted, when it happened. One second I was fine, recording Luis trying to communicate with spirits, and the next I felt absolute primal fear wash over me. It wasn't like being startled, it was deep terror that hit me like a physical wave. Without thinking, I turned and ran toward where I knew my other cousins were, still holding my phone up and recording. Luis called after me, "Victor, what the hell?" But I couldn't even answer. I just needed to get away from that hallway. I found Sophia and Marco in the dining room and tried to laugh it off, saying Luis had scared me. We finished our game shortly after, with nothing else happening. I completely forgot about the recording on my phone. 2 years later, I was clearing space on my phone and found the video from that night. I almost deleted it without watching, but curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was just typical kids playing ghost hunter stuff. Luis being dramatic, me laughing, the shaky camera work as we moved around the dark house. Then I got to the part where I suddenly started running. The camera was bouncing all over the place as I fled down the hallway, but for just a split second, it captured something that made my blood run cold. There, in the frame for maybe 2 seconds, was the clear image of a man in what looked like a cowboy hat, walking straight into the wall and disappearing. It wasn't blurry, it wasn't a shadow. It was a full-bodied figure that shouldn't have been there, captured perfectly in the moment. I felt that inexplicable fear. I've watched that clip hundreds of times since then. I've slowed it down, brightened it, shown it to friends who know about video editing. Nobody can explain it. The figure is there, and then it's gone, melting into the wall like it was never solid to begin with. But even my experience wasn't the worst thing that happened in that house. My cousin Jose had it far worse. Jose was 21 at the time, and he prided himself on not believing in any of the ghost stories about the house. When he came to visit that summer, he deliberately chose to sleep in the spare bedroom, the one everyone avoided. It's all in your heads, he told us at dinner. I'll sleep in there for a week, no problem. He lasted 3 nights. The first morning he came to breakfast looking tired but smug. See, nothing happened, he said, though I noticed he was drinking coffee when he normally didn't touch the stuff. The second morning, he was pale. When my aunt asked if he was okay, he just mumbled something about having weird dreams. He didn't talk much that day. The third morning, Jose wasn't at breakfast at all. We found him asleep on the couch in the living room, wrapped in blankets. When he finally woke up around noon, he looked terrible. Bloodshot eyes, shaking hands. That night, he told me what happened. I had sleep paralysis the first 2 nights, he said quietly as we sat on the porch. Not my first time, but it was different, more real. The second night, I saw something in the corner of the room, just watching me. I asked him why he went back for a third night. Stubborn, I guess, stupid. He lit a cigarette, something I'd never seen him do before. Last night I woke up and couldn't move again, but this time there was something on my chest. It was, I don't know how to describe it, dark but not like a shadow, like absence. It had these long black fingers and it was, he paused, hand shaking as he took a drag. It was trying to get inside me, through my mouth. I could feel my jaw being forced open, but I couldn't fight it. Jose told me he'd never been religious, but in that moment, he started praying in his head, desperately begging for help. And then suddenly I could move. I ran out of there so fast I think I pulled a muscle. He slept on the couch for the rest of his visit, and as far as I know, no one has used that bedroom since. There were other things that happened during the times I stayed there. Once, a trash can in the kitchen spontaneously caught fire when no one was in the room. My aunt just sighed and put it out like it was a regular occurrence. Several times, I heard what sounded like an elderly couple having a conversation, their voices coming from empty rooms. My younger cousins talked about seeing children playing in the backyard at night, only visible through certain windows. The worst for me was the baby crying. It would start faintly, like it was coming from far away, then get louder and louder until it sounded like it was right next to your ear. Then it would stop abruptly, leaving behind a silence that was somehow worse than the crying. I still visit my family, but they moved out of that house in 2016. Sometimes they talk about missing the place, and I look at them like they're crazy. When I ask if they miss the residents too, they just shrug and say they were mostly harmless. I still have that video on my phone. Sometimes I think about deleting it, but I can't bring myself to do it. It's the only proof I have that what I experienced was real, that the house by the river really was haunted by things I can't explain. And whenever someone tells me they don't believe in ghosts, I just nod and keep that video to myself. Some things you can't understand until you've lived through them. Story 20. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me 3 weeks ago on my drive back from San Diego. I've been trying to make sense of it, but honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation. I'm a graphic designer in Tucson. I had gone to San Diego for a client meeting that ran much longer than expected. By the time we wrapped up, it was already evening, but I decided to drive back rather than pay for another night at the hotel. It was late September, around the 23rd or 24th. The weather was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. I remember thinking it was a good night for a long drive. I loaded up some podcasts, grabbed some coffee, and hit the road around 9:30 p.m. The first couple hours of the drive were completely normal. Traffic was light, just a few semis and the occasional car. Once I got on Highway 10 heading east, that's when things started to get strange. It must have been around 12:30 a.m. when I first noticed it. I was completely alone on that stretch of highway. Nothing but desert for miles around. I glanced at my rearview mirror and saw this weird blue light in the distance. At first I thought it was just someone with those annoying LED headlights, but something about it felt off. The light wasn't steady like headlights. It pulsed, kind of like a heartbeat, getting brighter, then dimmer. I kept driving, figuring they'd either pass me or turn off somewhere. but after about 20 minutes the light was still there. It hadn't gotten any closer, but it hadn't fallen behind either. It just followed me, maintained the exact same distance no matter how much I sped up or slowed down. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of police surveillance, a helicopter, but it was too low for a helicopter, and why would police be following me without pulling me over? Plus, it was completely silent. No engine sounds, no rotor noises, nothing. After about an hour of this, I was getting seriously creeped out. My hands were starting to shake on the steering wheel. I decided to pull over at one of those highway rest stops to collect myself and see what would happen with the light. I parked under one of the few lights in the parking area. There were a couple of semis parked further away, but no one was moving around. I looked in my mirrors, and the blue light was still there, hovering over the highway maybe half a mile back, just waiting. I locked my doors and tried to calm down. I attempted to call my roommate, but my phone showed only 1 bar of service. The call wouldn't go through. I sent a quick text telling him I was on my way home, but might be late. It took forever to send. After about 15 minutes of sitting there with my heart pounding, I decided I couldn't just stay all night. I had to keep moving. As soon as I pulled back onto the highway, the blue light started following me again. Now it seemed to be behaving differently. The pulsing became more rapid, like it was excited. And despite maintaining what seemed like the same distance, it somehow felt closer. I can't explain it. It was like it was physically the same distance away, but emotionally closer. Does that make any sense? Like it was reaching for me across the space between us. I pushed my speed up to 70, then 80. I hit 90 miles per hour on that empty stretch of road, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The light kept pace exactly, never falling behind, never catching up, just there, always there. And then it dimmed, almost went out completely. For a second, I felt relieved. Maybe it was going away. But then the strangest thing happened. A cold breeze swept through my car. My arms broke out in goosebumps immediately. This was impossible. My windows were up. The AC was on, but not that cold. It felt like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. At the exact same moment, my phone, which had been plugged in and charging, went completely dead. The screen flickered and went black, and the radio, which had been playing softly in the background, suddenly filled with static. That's when I saw her. There was a woman standing in the middle of the road about 100 yards ahead. She wore a long, flowing white dress that moved even though there was no wind. I slammed on my brakes and swerved hard to avoid hitting her. My car fishtailed and I nearly lost control. When I finally straightened out, I was breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. I looked back, expecting to see the woman on the road behind me, but the highway was empty. Just that blue light, still pulsing in the distance. I turned back to face forward and nearly drove off the road again. She was in my back seat. I saw her in the rear-view mirror, a pale face with sunken eyes and dark, matted hair. Her mouth was open in what looked like a silent scream, but the worst part was her eyes. They were completely black, no whites at all, and they were fixed directly on me. I screamed and instinctively tried to open my door while still driving, like I was going to jump out of a moving car. The door was locked, and by the time I fumbled with the lock, I'd regained enough sense to realize jumping out would kill me for sure. When I looked back at the mirror, she was still there, but her expression had changed. Her mouth was closed now, and she was smiling. Not a friendly smile, the kind of smile a predator might give right before it pounces. I realized then that she and the blue light were connected somehow. Every time the light pulsed, she seemed to flicker too, like she wasn't fully there. This wasn't some hitchhiker who had snuck into my car. This was something else, something not alive. At least not in the way we understand life. The dashboard lights started flickering and my engine sputtered. My car was nearly 20 years old, but it had always been reliable. Now it felt like it was dying under me. The speedometer needle bounced erratically. The temperature gauge shot up into the red. I was doing 85 miles per hour in a car that felt like it was about to die, with something supernatural in my back seat, in the middle of the desert at almost 2 in the morning. That's when I spotted it. A gas station. One of those lonely outposts in the middle of nowhere, just a small building with a couple of pumps under harsh fluorescent lights. It was like a mirage in the desert, but it was real, and it was my only hope. I took the exit so fast I nearly flipped my car. I skidded into the parking lot, the tires screaming against the pavement. I didn't even properly park, just slammed the brakes, threw the car into park, and ran for the door of the station. I looked back once. The woman was standing next to my car now, watching me. The blue light hovered behind her like some kind of twisted halo. I burst into the gas station, probably looking like a complete lunatic. There was one cashier, a guy maybe in his 40s with a beard and tired eyes. He took one look at me and his expression changed from bored to alert. "You all right?" he asked, already coming around the counter. "There's something following me," I gasped out. A woman in a white dress. And this light, this blue light that's been following me for hours. I expected him to think I was crazy or on drugs, but he just nodded and looked out the window. His face went pale. "She's here," he said quietly. "Come with me." He led me to a storage room in the back, locked the door behind us, and turned to face me. "I've seen her before," he said. "About 6 months ago, another driver came in just like you, terrified, talking about a blue light and a woman. He stayed here till morning, then left. 3 days later, they found his car wrapped around a tree about 50 miles east of here. No body was ever found." My stomach dropped. "What is she?" He shook his head. "Don't know for sure. Local legend says a woman died out on that highway back in the 70s. Car broke down. She tried to walk for help, got disoriented in the dark. They found her body days later, but that doesn't explain the light. We both jumped when we heard glass shattering somewhere in the store. The lights flickered, and I could feel that cold breeze again, seeping under the door. "She's inside," the cashier whispered. "We need to go. Now." He led me through another door that opened to the back of the building. His pickup truck was parked there. We jumped in, and he started driving before I'd even closed my door. I looked back and saw the woman standing in the doorway of the gas station, watching us leave. The blue light hovered above her, pulsing faster now, almost frantically. We drove to the nearest town, about 20 miles away. The cashier, his name was Mike, took me to a 24-hour diner. We sat there drinking coffee, trying to make sense of what had happened. I went to the bathroom at one point, and when I came back, Mike was gone. Just gone. No explanation, no goodbye. The waitress said she hadn't seen him leave. I stayed in that diner until morning, then called a tow truck to take me back to my car. Surprisingly, it was still there at the gas station, and it started right up like nothing had happened. The station looked normal in daylight. No broken glass, no sign of disturbance. When I asked about Mike, the morning cashier said no one by that description worked there. I made it back to Tucson that afternoon. I've tried to go on with my life, to pretend that night never happened. Sometimes I can almost convince myself it was all some kind of hallucination from exhaustion, but I know it wasn't. Sometimes, when I'm driving at night, I check my rearview mirror and see that blue light in the distance. Just for a second, then it's gone. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel that cold breeze across my face. I don't know what she wants or why she chose me, but I know she's still out there on Highway 10, waiting. I'm never driving that road at night again. Story 21. I still remember it perfectly, even though it happened over 20 years ago. Some things just get burned into your brain, you know? You can try to forget them or explain them away, but they just sit there like this splinter in your memory that you can't remove. It was fall of 2002, and I was 12 years old, 7th grade. I lived in Eastbrook, this medium-sized suburb that wasn't really special in any way, just your typical American town with strip malls, subdivisions, and way too many stoplights. I was taking the school bus home like I did every day. Bus number 17. I can even remember the driver's name was Mr. Fleming, this older guy with thick glasses who never really talked much. I had ADHD pretty bad back then, still do honestly, but it was worse when I was a kid. I was on Ritalin, which helped me focus in school, but by the time the afternoon rolled around, it would start to wear off. My mom always described it as me revving up as the day went on. The weird thing about that day, though, was that even though my meds were wearing off, I was super focused, just staring out the window of the bus. We were driving down Riverside Boulevard, which was the main road that cut through Eastbrook. 4 lanes, lots of traffic, especially around 3:30 when school let out. I was sitting on the right side of the bus, and we were in the right lane, so I could see all the cars passing in the opposite direction. I remember it was a sunny day, but chilly. People had their windows up. The bus was loud, like always. Some kids were throwing paper, others were playing Game Boys, and there was this group of 8th grade girls behind me talking about some boy band concert. I wasn't really paying attention to any of it. I was just watching, looking at all the cars going by. You know how when you're a kid, you sometimes play those little games with yourself while you're bored? I was counting blue cars. That's literally all I was doing, just watching and counting. I'd already counted 13 when it happened. Most of the drivers were just normal people doing normal things. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the road. A few were talking on those old flip phones. This was 2002, remember? One lady was fixing her lipstick at a stoplight. Nothing weird or unusual. Then this mini SUV passed by, going the opposite direction. I think it was a Honda CR-V or maybe a Toyota RAV4. Something like that. Dark green. Not old, but not brand new either. And there was nobody driving it. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I've spent 20 years trying to explain it to myself, but I swear the driver's seat was empty. No hands on the wheel, no body leaning down to pick something up. Nothing. Just an empty seat and a car that was moving perfectly in its lane at the same speed as all the other traffic. That alone would have been freaky enough, but there was something else. Something so much worse. In the back seat there was a woman, but she wasn't sitting normally. Her entire body was twisted around, facing my direction, like not just her head turned to look out the window, but her whole torso was somehow facing me. It was like she was sitting sideways, but that wouldn't even make sense in the back seat of a small SUV. Her face, I can't really describe her face because it was blurry. Not blurry like I couldn't see it clearly, but blurry like it was actually distorted somehow, like when you take a picture and someone moves. But it wasn't a picture, it was real life, and she was staring right at me. I'm absolutely certain of that. She had this long black hair that was all tangled and messy, like she'd been out in a windstorm, and she was thin. Not just skinny, but unnaturally thin. Like her arms were too long for her body, and her neck was stretched out. Even though I couldn't make out her facial features, I knew she was looking directly at me. The whole sighting couldn't have lasted more than a couple of seconds as the car passed us going the opposite direction, but in those seconds my entire body went cold. I remember blinking hard and looking again, straining to see the car as it got further away. But by then, it was too far, and there were other cars in between us. I remember thinking, did I really just see that? I pinched my arm, which seems so silly and cliché now, but I was 12, and I genuinely thought I might be dreaming or hallucinating. My first thought was that maybe the driver had dropped something and was bending down to grab it, but I was sitting high up in the school bus. We all know how tall those things are, and I should have been able to see someone leaning over. Plus, the car was driving perfectly straight. If someone had taken their hands off the wheel to reach for something, wouldn't the car have swerved at least a little? And none of that explained the woman in the back seat. The way she was positioned wasn't physically possible. Human bodies just don't bend that way. And why was her face blurry while everything else was crystal clear? I remember turning around to see if anyone else had noticed. There was this kid, Kevin, sitting across the aisle from me, but he was completely absorbed in his Game Boy. No one was looking out the windows except me. No one had seen what I'd seen. For the rest of the ride home, I felt sick to my stomach. My hands were shaking, and I kept replaying those few seconds over and over in my head. I kept trying to find some explanation, some way to make what I'd seen make sense. But I couldn't. When I got home, my mom could tell something was wrong. I must have looked pale or something because the first thing she asked was if I was feeling sick. I almost told her what happened, but then I stopped myself. Even at 12, I knew how crazy it would sound, so I just said I had a headache and went to my room. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that woman's blurry face staring at me from the back seat of that driverless car. I kept my bedroom light on all night, which I hadn't done since I was much younger. The next day at school, I tried to casually ask some of the other kids who rode my bus if they'd seen anything weird on the way home. No one had. I even tried describing the green SUV, but either no one had noticed it or they thought I was making things up for attention. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, or maybe some weird side effect of my Ritalin wearing off. I'd heard that sometimes medications can cause hallucinations, right? But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. For weeks afterward, I was terrified of looking out the window during the bus ride home. I would stare down at a book or pretend to be asleep. Eventually, I asked my mom if she could pick me up from school instead. I made up some excuse about bullies on the bus, which made her worried and resulted in an awkward meeting with the school counselor. But at least I didn't have to ride that bus anymore. I never saw the green SUV again. I never saw the woman with the blurry face again either. But I've never forgotten them. As I got older, I tried researching similar experiences. I looked up ghost cars, phantom drivers, all sorts of paranormal stuff. I found a few stories that were kind of similar. People seeing vehicles with no drivers, or seeing strange passengers in otherwise normal cars. But nothing exactly like what I experienced. I've tried every possible rational explanation. Maybe there was a driver, but they were extremely short, and I couldn't see them. Maybe the woman in the back seat was just a weirdly positioned bag or coat that my brain misinterpreted. Maybe I dozed off for a few seconds and had a microsleep dream. None of those explanations feel right, though. What I saw that day felt real. It was real. I'm 32 now, and I still sometimes have nightmares about it. I'll wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like that blurry-faced woman is somewhere nearby, watching me. I've never experienced anything else paranormal in my life. No ghosts, no UFOs, no unexplainable phenomena. Just this one incident when I was 12 years old. Sometimes I wish I could go back to Eastbrook. I moved away for college and never went back, and drive down Riverside Boulevard just to see if anything feels different there. Is there something strange about that stretch of road? Was it a one-time tear in reality? Or was it something following me that decided to show itself just that once? I don't know, and I probably never will, but I know what I saw. A driverless green SUV with an impossibly positioned woman in the back seat. Her face blurred, but her attention fixed directly on me as we passed each other on an otherwise ordinary fall afternoon in 2002. And sometimes when I'm driving and I glance in my rearview mirror, I find myself checking the back seats of other cars just to make sure they're empty, or at least that their passengers look normal. Because ever since that day, I've known that not everything in this world follows the rules we think they do. Story 22. I still don't know if I should be writing this. Part of me feels like putting it down will make it more real, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. I need someone to tell me I'm not going crazy. 3 weeks ago, I moved into what I thought was my dream home in Lakeside Heights. I'm 23, and honestly, I never expected to afford a place like this. But my uncle passed away last year and left me some money, not a fortune or anything, but enough for a decent down payment. The housing market had dipped, and I managed to snag this place for way less than it would normally go for. It's a spacious 2-story house with 3 bedrooms, way more than I need, a finished basement, and get this, a backyard pool with an actual slide, like the kind of place I dreamed about as a kid. It even has one of those fancy door systems where you punch in a passcode instead of using a key. I felt like I'd won the lottery. The first couple weeks were amazing. I invited some friends over for a housewarming, got all my furniture set up just how I wanted it, and even started working on the yard a bit. The neighbors seemed nice enough, mostly kept to themselves, but would wave if they saw me outside. Everything was perfect, until it wasn't. It started 3 nights ago. I remember going to bed around 11 after binging some show on Netflix. I double-checked all the doors were locked, turned off all the lights, and went upstairs to my bedroom. I'm pretty strict about this routine. My dad always drilled into me the importance of home security, and it just became a habit. I fell asleep quickly but woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me, but then I noticed a strip of light under my bedroom door. I distinctly remembered turning off all the lights downstairs, thinking maybe I'd forgotten one. I got up to check. When I opened my bedroom door, my stomach dropped. Every single light in the house was on. Every single one. The hallway, the bathroom, the spare bedrooms. And when I went downstairs, the kitchen, living room, even the basement lights were blazing. But that wasn't the worst part. Every door inside the house was wide open. Bedroom doors, bathroom door, closets, everything. I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs trying to make sense of it. Had I sleepwalked? I've never done that in my life. Had someone broken in? But nothing was stolen, and the front door was still locked with the security system armed. I checked all the windows, locked. The sliding door to the backyard, locked. Everything was secure. I spent the next hour going through the entire house, checking every corner, every possible hiding spot. Nothing. No one. I even looked at the security panel to see if it showed any doors or windows opening during the night. Nothing unusual there either. Eventually, I turned everything off and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just laid there until morning, listening for any sound, any hint of movement. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a power surge that reset some smart home feature I didn't know about. I called the previous owner, but they said there was nothing like that installed. I checked for signs of a break-in again in daylight. Nothing. I almost convinced myself it was some weird, one-off thing until 2 nights later, I was watching TV in the living room and must have dozed off on the couch around midnight. I woke up suddenly at around 2 in the morning with that feeling, you know the one, where you just know something's wrong. The TV was still on, casting a blue glow across the room, but there was movement in the kitchen. At first I thought it was just shadows from the TV, but then I saw him. There was a man in my kitchen, but not a normal man. This guy had an abnormally large, round head, almost light bulb shaped, completely bald, and he was smiling, just standing there with this wide, unnatural grin, opening and closing my kitchen drawers like he was looking for something. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear, pressed against the couch cushions, trying to be as still as possible. He didn't seem to notice me at first. He just kept methodically opening drawers, looking inside, closing them, moving to the next one. He did this for what felt like forever, but was probably about 10 minutes. Then he stopped, and he turned, and he looked right at me. His eyes were too small for his face, and that smile never faltered. He didn't say anything. He just stared at me for maybe 30 seconds, then turned and walked out of the kitchen toward the front door. Once I heard the front door close, I finally found the courage to move. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and ran to the front door. It was locked. The security system was still armed. There was no way he could have left without setting it off. I checked every door and window in the house, all locked, all secure. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, knife in hand, until morning. I tried telling myself it was a dream, a hallucination from being half asleep, but it felt so real. The way he moved, the sound of the drawers opening and closing, it was too detailed to be just a dream. The next night, I made sure to set up a chair under my bedroom doorknob before going to bed. I checked and double-checked all the locks, even put some empty cans in front of the doors so I'd hear if anyone tried to open them. I took a shower, got into bed, and tried to calm my racing heart enough to sleep. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up to a notification on my phone. The security system app was alerting me that my front door was open. I nearly had a heart attack. I called 911 immediately, telling them someone had broken into my house. They said they'd send someone right away. While waiting for the police, I barricaded myself in my bedroom, listening intently for any sound from downstairs. And then I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs and then stopping right outside my door. The doorknob rattled, but the chair held. There was silence for a minute, and then the footsteps retreated. I stayed frozen in place until I heard sirens outside. The police searched the entire house and found nothing. The front door was closed and locked when they arrived, though the security app still showed it had been opened. They suggested it might be a glitch in the system and advised me to call the security company in the morning. I thanked them, but I knew it wasn't a glitch. Someone, or something, had been in my house. Again. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't face leaving the house not knowing if it would be different when I returned. I spent the day researching the history of the house, the neighborhood, anything that might explain what was happening. Nothing stood out. The house was only 15 years old. The previous owners had been a retired couple who moved to Florida. No deaths, no tragedies, nothing unusual. I was sitting at my desk, scrolling through property records, when I felt a chill run down my spine. Slowly, I turned toward my bedroom door, which I'd left open. He was standing there, the man with the bulbous head and the permanent grin, just watching me, this time in broad daylight. I jumped up, knocking my chair over, and lunged toward him, determined to catch him, to prove to myself he was real. But as soon as I moved, he was gone. Not like he ran away, he simply wasn't there anymore. I searched every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. That was yesterday. Last night I stayed at a hotel. I couldn't bear another night in that house, but I can't afford to keep doing that, and honestly, part of me needs to know what's happening. The rational part of my brain says there must be an explanation. Carbon monoxide poisoning. But the detectors in the house are working fine. Sleep paralysis. But I was fully mobile during most of these incidents. Stress from the move. Maybe, but that doesn't explain the security system notifications. Here's what's really freaking me out. This morning, when I reluctantly returned to the house to grab some clothes, I found all my kitchen drawers open, every single one, and my laptop, which I'd left on the desk in my bedroom, was sitting on the kitchen counter, open, with the browser history showing searches for how to get rid of new homeowners and ways to scare someone out of their house. I didn't search those things. I didn't. I'm writing this from a coffee shop near my house because I can't bring myself to go back yet. I've called a locksmith to change the passcode system, and I've ordered some cameras to set up inside the house. I don't know what's happening, but I need to find out. Maybe there's a way into my house I don't know about. Maybe someone's messing with me. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Or maybe there's something about this house that the previous owners didn't disclose. Something they were trying to escape by moving to Florida. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to just abandon this place. I sank everything I had into it. But every time I think about spending another night there, my heart starts racing and I can barely breathe. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I overreacting? Is there some logical explanation I'm missing? I'm going back tonight. I've bought new locks, cameras, motion sensors, the works. I'll update if anything happens, if I can. I just hope I'm not making a terrible mistake.